So, in the last session of Curse of Strahd, you began by leaving the old Mage's Tower upon the lake, and slowly but surely made your way towards the Wizards of Wine's winery. On the way, you encountered harsh weather, difficult terrain, and a strange undead swordsman that seemed to have a hatred for Strahd von Zarovich in its heart. However, perhaps most importantly, Osdred used his divine magic to cast Sending to Druinas to warn him about what had happened to you all in Barovia. However, unfortunately, he was too late, as Druinas replied, having already arrived in Barovia, to look for all of you, and he told you that he'd been directed towards Castle Ravenloft. When Osdred tried to reply, Strahd intercepted the message and assured him that he would enjoy having his friends for dinner. Despite this startling revelation, you decided to push on and eventually met with the Martikov family, who were both bruised and beaten. They told you that they had a number of artifacts stolen from them, and most recently a number of evil druids had forced themselves onto their home. You came to an agreement to help clear the winery, and in return the Martikov family agreed to offer you sanctuary. So, you set out and encountered a battle that was far more difficult than you expected. You would have surely perished if not for the arrival of a companion of the Martikovs, the assumed dead Goliath, Meadhan. With his help, you managed to defeat the druids and their plant monstrosities. And that is where we begin our session. So I will move you over to the battle map you're on, just so you've got a some idea. And let me just adjust the music slightly as well. Right, so battered and bruised, the wind is bowling down from the mountains into this small area of grove where the trees don't quite reach. Across the winery, you can see the grass is just like moving along with the wind, as is the many vineyards, is barely standing up and shaking against it as you're battered and beaten with this strong gale over and over again. You stand around, the scent of rot heavy in your nose, and each of you, as you look around to these tens upon tens of different plant matter and corpses that lie amongst your bodies. You all look on at each other, each looking battered and bruised in your own way. You can all feel the cuts and scars that might have made their way across your arm, and Osdred in particular can feel this awful, heavy, almost stabbing feeling in the middle of his stomach as he limps up towards the rest of you, and you reconvene with a new face, the face of this man called Meadhan. I assume Farrah would have dropped her tiger form, Hannah?
Yeah.
Oh, place Farrah back on the map. So, for you can see what appears to be the winery standing within this vineyard. What are you all doing?
Having a long rest?
I will say the time is about 4 PM, so you're not a million miles away from it.
I guess we huddled up outside the winery. That's what I would do.
Sorry, I missed that.
Maybe just like meet up just near the winery, or like outside, and we can make a plan. That's where I would be.
Sounds like a good idea to me.
Yeah.
So you're maybe sort of 100 to 200 feet away from the winery. You're not far from it at all.
So what do we think, everyone? Do we're just hoping there's nothing else inside there?
Well,
Yeah.
I really need a drink. My stomach's killing me.
Well, since Meathan just came from in there, would I know if it's clear or if I have much knowledge of?
Do me a... It's difficult.
Perception, maybe?
Do a perception check for me, just to see how well...
Like aware he was?
Yeah, just to see how aware he was. Yeah, that's a good shout. Natural 20 was so close. You definitely heard a number of things moving out of the winery when you were hiding amongst the vats of wine. You're not sure how many exactly. It looks like, from what the sounds, it looks like there was far more out here than there was inside, from what you can tell. But you're not sure exactly. It's quite difficult to make out exactly how many.
Yeah. Okay.
Farrah's gonna check the druids.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so you move through the druids, and it seems like most of their clothes are, you sort of touch on them, feeling them, and you're like, I feel sort of leathery and these like old animal skins, and kind of some of it's like rotting, and it's like barely held together, some of their clothes. You can see that they have lots of like bone motifs, like a necklace with lots of different teeth on, or maybe other kinds of small animal bones. You're not quite sure exactly what kind of bones they are, but they certainly don't look particularly pleasant. Some are like yellow and blackened with age, or you're not sure. Most notably, amongst all the druids making your way through Farrah, is you see one of them. Most of them were carrying staffs, but one of them, the one that in fact that you would have been closest to in your tiger form with Helen and Meadham's, the one you were chasing down, carries a staff that when you touch it, it feels magical.
Pick it up.
Yeah, it's a. You don't know what it is. You need identify to be able to determine what it is. Unfortunately,
Okay.
but you can definitely tell that it appears to be magical.
Yeah, just take hold of it for now then.
Okay. Was there anything else you were looking for in particular?
Like weird symbols, like Strahd related symbols, Fae related symbols.
Nothing in particular from what you can tell, no.
Okay.
Okay. So, Meadhan, you're gathered round with everyone discussing what the plan is going forward with Osdred and Helen. You haven't probably introduced yourself yet, so...
No. If this is as much as everyone gathers. Where was Farrah? Farrah was there as a tiger. She's disappeared.
Oh, she's up here now. Don't worry too much about the orientation on the map. In fact, I'll move you to this so you guys can just get a better appreciation of what the scene looks like.
I forgot how morbid this place was. Fucking hell.
Yeah, it's not the most inviting winery you've ever seen. That's for certain.
He would... Naturally, everyone would gather around, so he'd just follow behind them. Once they're all in earshot, he just sort of, almost clapping his hands softly, just bellow, boy, oh boy, man, I'm glad you turned up when you did.
And I'm glad you turned up when you did, stranger.
Well, I've been here all this time, man. I mean, who are you guys exactly? You here for the Mardikovs?
Yeah. Marticles, I'm afraid, presume you're dead at the moment. I'm sure they'll be glad to see you.
No, I'm not dead. No, I've been well, I'll be honest. I've been hiding down in the winery. feeling a bit woozy, so glad to get some fresh air and see you guys. You turned up just in time.
There's definitely worse places to hide than the winery.
You all looking on
Well,
at
I just-
Meatan can see that his skin looks quite pallid, like even for a Goliath. He looks definitely like a bit kind of tired and a bit withered. Has made you think, looking on at him, that perhaps hiding in the winery, that he's probably had very little to drink and very little to eat in the last few days, considering the Martigovs told you that the druids attacked, I believe it's 3 days ago.
I was going to say, did we want me to have an exhaustion? Forgot about that.
Yeah, you have 1 point of exhaustion.
Osdred would chuck him a rash, and he's like, "You're looking pretty skinny for such a big guy."
Yeah, he would actually. Cheers, dude. He just scoffs it down immediately. It's probably not very much.
Yeah, dwarven rations.
Nom.
What's with hammer?
Oh, this is my tune hammer, bro. He sort of spins it around in his hand. It's been with me a long time. We've been on many adventures, and I can tell you wisely, you don't want to be on the bad end of it. And he sort of taps the. So basically, for those of you who are unsure, if you imagine a large hammer, but instead of your usual steel at the top, you've got one side, which is a nice little leather bongo drum, and the other side, a more Caribbean steel drum.
That's amazing.
Osdred looks down at his warhammer, and he's like, "It's definitely more fancy than this."
Well, I basically made it myself, you know.
Well, it seemed to work.
It certainly does. It's kept me out of trouble, that's for sure. So who are you guys anyway?
I'm Osdredson, and well, some people call me the Inebriate, but that's probably why we're heading towards the winery.
I mean, you're quite a fancy-looking bunch. I'm guessing you're not from this place?
Oh no, we're from Farrah. We got trapped here by the devil.
No way! Me too!
When did you arrive here? Has it been long?
Oh man, it must have been some weeks now. Maybe a month or so. I kind of lost track. It's been pretty morbid, I gotta say.
Where are you from in Farrah? If you're from Farrah, I don't know how the planes work.
I am, man. But hell did I come up with that in my backstory? The mountains.
Oh yeah. Well,
See, there's up a map of
Name a specific mountain, Meadhan.
Osdred,
Mount Meadhan.
Oh, that's canon.
Osdred looks down. He's like, "Well, I am a mountain dwarf. There are a lot of mountains in Farrah."
Let me just scrabble my memory.
Whilst Meadhan's talking, every time he answers Osdred, Nigel would be in the background being like, "Yes, I'm from Mountain." And just like,
what, mockingly imitating him?
yeah.
Ostred's looking at him, taking ages to work out. He's like, "It's not Mount Hout now, is it?"
Do this, have a quick look myself. He could be from the Sword Mountains. There's a number of different mountains around named the Sword Mountains.
Did you hear me?
No.
Can now.
I said the Giants run mountains.
Okay.
Does Osdred know anything about Giant Runs Mountains?
Do a history check for me.
Dude, you probably know more than me. Then I find out they're the worst place to be.
It's a notorious paedophile mountain.
20. Yeah, you would definitely know that the Giant Run Mountains were a range of mountains west of the Violin Reach in the Shining Plains. And you'd know that the mountains were the northern part of the greater Iltaqazar Range, which extended all the way to the Shining Sea in the south. And with that roll as well, you'd know that maybe just over 100 years ago, they were an outpost for a group of dwarfs known as the Gold Dwarfs, or Hill Dwarfs, that were aloof and confident, proud subrace. So you'd know that.
I heard in the Giant Wars, over 5,000 giants fell there to the dwarves at Shanatar. It's quite impressive heritage.
Well, yeah, I mean, that would have been a long time ago. Nothing I was really familiar with. That was more for my family, you know, they would always go on about it. But I haven't seen them, I haven't been there in a long time.
Maybe we can one day. Well, maybe he looks at Farrah. Maybe you should explain who we are, Farrah.
We are the Iron Oath. We're a mercenary company from blah blah. And
you guys are famous?
They're pretty well known.
In Faerun?
Do a history check for me, Meadhand, to see if
Yeah.
you recognise them.
Yeah.
It's a pretty well known name.
But he don't know shit.
No, you don't know shit. Head in the clouds.
It sounds pretty badass. What do you do?
well, you may know some of our missions, tasks. They are quite
Well, none of them went particularly well, Farrah.
Speak for yourself, Osdred. There were plenty before you.
That was over 15 years ago, though.
That was a long time. But more importantly, how did you get here? You say you just wandered in the mist, similar to us?
Well, yeah, I mean, me and my compadres, we wander. We're happily going around Faerun, you know, doing the tour. And, yeah, things just got foggy, and before you know it, we ended up here. We don't really know where we were going or where we are now.
Who's we?
Oh, me and my band. Oh, you know, we just been picking each other up. Occasionally lose people. We're always changing. It's a never-changing band, but we get along. Me and my friends. But I haven't seen them for a little while now. I hope they're okay.
Right. Did you enter near Barovia village or somewhere else?
It was
You would have been
over.
on the west side of Kresk. You would have entered.
Yeah.
But you would have Meadhand. You would have been attacked. Your group would have been attacked and separated before you even got to Kresk. And the Martigovs would have brought you directly here when they found you.
Yeah, so I haven't really been around, but the only place I know was Kresk, and they weren't too happy with me, so we didn't really stick around. But that was a while ago now.
So, do you know the way to Kresk?
Yeah, you'd have some idea.
Yeah, vaguely. Yeah, if it weren't for the Martikovs, I'd probably be done for by now, but yeah.
Maybe we could help each other. You could show us to Kresk and we could help look for your band.
Well, I mean, the last time I was there, we didn't even get past the gates, really. I'm not sure you guys will fare much better. Like, no offense, but I'm trying to remember. None of them are. No one's human, right? Other than
Helen, is it?
Oh,
Neville
Helen.
was.
Helen,
Yeah.
Helen. There you go. Apart from that little lady down there, They may not look kindly to the rest of you.
I can pretend to be human.
Go ahead, man. Give it a try. But yeah, they didn't take kindly to us.
Yeah, I like to oppress other races and things like that.
Bitch loves.
I guess we'll have to see.
Apologies.
Just another difficulty in this land, I suppose.
Well, if you could show us the way to Kresk, it could be very useful. We don't really know. We weren't really guided from Valaki to here, and look how much trouble we got into.
Has the road been hard on you?
Farrah just looks down.
Yeah. We had one of our friends, well, someone betrayed us.
That stinks, man.
It
You
may
wouldn't
not
like
have
him.
been his fault.
True.
We don't know. We can't say for sure.
He was never that reliable, though, was he?
I've
Yeah.
not been far, but I've been here long enough to know this place. It isn't natural, man. It does things to you. Gets in your head.
Yeah, it's like that dream I had of a flesh golem.
Gnarly.
Yeah, I destroyed it though, so it's not really much of a problem, really.
Yeah, you guys sound pretty badass, I gotta say. So do you know the Modikovs? Are you here to help them?
Well, Helen's the real badass one. Did you see how quickly she ran? It's pretty impressive. Look at these stubby little things, and he like shakes his legs.
Well, impressive yourself, me, then. Didn't expect such attacks.
Well, to be honest, I kind of been picking it up on the road ever since I left my village. I just wanted to bring music to the world, but the world decided to bite back, so I had to pick up a few new skills along the way.
Yeah, it's impressive. But I think we should stop talking out here. It's creepy enough. You say there's
Yeah,
not much outside?
There shouldn't be, no, but I'm sure if we can deal with everything out here, to be honest, I had my doubts. You guys are pretty crazy.
I appreciate that.
He sort of leads them in, I guess, the way he came.
Okay. So for the sake of brevity, I'd say you carefully make your way inside, looking around doors. You do find a number of the doors at the front are locked, but Meadhand leads you around to a side door that he made his way out of, that is unlocked. As you make your way inside, you see a number of different rooms. Just quickly get out my thing. Just have a look. The first thing you see as you make your way inside is, and the first thing that hits you in sort of hits your senses is this rich smell of fermenting wine that fills this large 2-story chamber, which is dominated by 4 enormous wooden casks, each one 8 feet wide and 12 feet tall. A wooden staircase in the centre of the room climbs to a 10-foot-high wooden balcony that clings to the south wall, with just 4 windows set into it at the balcony level. Stacked against the wall under the balcony are old, empty barrels with the Wizard of Wines burned to their side. You can see that the balcony climbs another 5 feet as it continues along the west and east walls, ending at doors leading to the winery's upper level. Excuse me. You can see underneath these side balconies are several doors, some of which hang open, and beneath the sloping roof stretch thick rafters upon which you see a number of ravens have quietly gathered, watching you with great interest. You you make your way around another number of other rooms. You find a storage room filled with barrels. You find a small workshop.
Osdred wants to be looking for brewing supplies in this time because he probably thinks they're somewhere around.
Yeah, and you certainly could find some brewing supplies.
Well, I mean the kit, the brewing.
Mm-hmm. You'd be able to find
Oh,
that.
very specific.
You'd be able to find specifically a number of them lied in one of the back sort of storage rooms.
Nice.
Upstairs, you'd see there's a number of bedrooms. You'd see there's a winch lift on the sort of east side of that sort of goes down into an open hole about 10 foot wide and 10 foot like across. And below, it's got a raised kind of platform with a number of barrels and like a cart underneath. And eventually, you'd even find with Meathand showing you around, he could show the entire layout. He would show you that. Downstairs down the stairs you'd lead into a basement, which is quite cold down there, you notice, and there's a number of barrels propped up against the walls and a number of wine bottles that are sort of lodged inside these sort of wooden wine holders.
Mm-hmm.
But from making your way around, you'd see that it's completely clear as far as you can tell.
Okay. Seems like that was all of them.
Goodness.
Yeah.
Pitch is looking around. Is there anywhere obvious that as like a hiding spot?
I mean, there's a. Let me. What I'll do is make this a bit clearer to you guys in your heads. I will turn off dynamic lighting, and I'll actually move you over to the winery map, and you can see for yourselves what things look like.
Okay.
So these are the vats.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's
That's the one
That
you were hiding in. Yeah. So you can, if you need any information on any particular areas, feel free to ask me, and I can tell you as much as I can.
Horse is still there.
Well, you haven't. If you made your way around to the stables, you would find that the doors are open, and there would be 2 horses in there that look like they're quite hungry. They seem to have eaten up most of their hay, and they haven't drunk all their water yet. But
I could give them some hay.
yeah, and you managed to. You can see they've been trying to pull the hay from like these hay barrels that are stacked up on the side next to their thing. They've been trying to pull them in. So as soon as you got them in, they're just happily grazing on the hay.
Okay.
A hiding area. I mean, there's a number of rooms you could go in. Pitch. There's over in area like here, you'd find like a barrel maker's workshop. Back here is like a glass blower's workshop, from what you can tell. And there's a number of small rooms upstairs, like bedrooms and like a dining area. You think?
Yeah, it's because Meathand said he was hiding. He's trying to see if there's
I see what you
any
mean.
place where it was obvious that he was hiding.
Yeah, do a quick perception check to notice if Pitch would spot this, because it's not the biggest opening.
4.
No, you don't notice this on this occasion.
That's fine.
Are any of the barrels open?
Like
tapped?
Yeah, you can see that you can see the main vats have these like huge kind of taps on the front of them that looks like they're to fill barrels themselves. You can see that a number of the smaller, more the ones that are lined up in the basement, you'd see have taps attached to them.
Osdred just inserts himself onto the tap and unleashes it.
He would actually. That is exactly probably what he'd do, because he's always wanted to do it. So
What, on the big vat?
No, well, no, not on the big vat, on the little one.
Go on, the massive one, the massive one.
He'd say it to Meathand, like, "Oh, I'm gonna crack one open if you want any."
No, man, I've had my fair share. I've been hiding in one of them. It's gone to my head a bit.
I hope you drank it all the way down. Yeah, he'd just He'd go under one of the other ones and try and drink it.
So the large
from the
ones or the small ones?
The small one. The
Small
small
ones?
one.
Yep, so you drink it. Tastes similar to one of the Red Dragon crushes you've had before.
He's like, I always wanted to do that. Then he looks at the big one and he's like, and he thinks about it, but I'll leave it for now.
Okay, doke.
Wisdom check.
You get your you get your 1d4 temporary hit points. Don't believe you've had them already today.
No.
And if you want to make a drinking check as well.
But he said it's your constitution.
Oh, of course, yeah, that's my bad, yeah. So yeah, you don't need to make one. Okay, close the window, sorry, I need to open one.
Well, Mr. Meadhan, you have been hiding in here successfully. Perhaps you could lead us to your spot so that we can hole up for the night.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I can't say for certain that there'll be enough room for all of us, but we can at least pick a spot, maybe move some stuff around. There's a few ways in and out, but I'm sure we'll make do.
Are there any bedrooms? We could always discard those.
None that I used, but I'm pretty sure the Mardikovs would have somewhere upstairs. Feel free to check them out.
Yeah, I'd rather stay in a bedroom if it's an option.
I feel like Meadhan would have probably just slept outside, basically.
How far away are the Mardikovs right now? Can we not just go tell them quick?
Yeah,
It's
they're not
4
far
PM.
at all. No, maybe like 10-minute walk, maybe.
Yeah.
Don't really want to get attacked by wolves on the way back. You know, Strahd can. Well, apparently he can see everything we're doing, so maybe this would be the perfect time to attack us.
Do we know why the druids attack?
Does
I
seem
don't
an
know.
option.
You would know that Stefania mentioned to you that they stole a precious artifact. They didn't tell you much about it. Meadhan, I will whisper you something because you wouldn't know this because they would have told you.
I don't like wine pitch.
Right. Your greatest nemesis.
Hmm?
I'm just wondering if they'll keep attacking.
Can I send out an animal to go get the Markovs?
Yeah, if you wanted to. If you
Yeah.
wanted to summon beasts.
How would they? Can they talk?
I mean, you could summon a beast and give it an instruction to go.
I mean, possibly if they have the artifact,
You
then
could do
But
a
do you have-
raven.
do you have any?
Maybe
They're
not,
were-ravens.
but-
I don't know if you have any spell
why
slots.
did they stay here otherwise? I think I can't. I'm lagging. I can't hear anything.
We can hear you. I'm just typing up a message to Stefan.
Can were-ravens speak to other ravens, I guess?
Don't know.
Yeah.
Let's check something. Just checking time.
Yeah, there's a couple of things I know about what's going on.
Yeah.
Nothing in depth, but...
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Maybe leave and rejoin, Hannah?
Hang on. Is it lagging still?
We can hear you fine, but you said you can't hear us.
now. It's back for. Hopefully, it'll stay. Did you hear my idea of the animal?
Yeah, but I said that you could summon your conjure beasts, but I assume you haven't got any spell slots left.
Let me have a look.
If so, then you could send them and give them instruction, but they can't speak. So,
Yeah, but they can do directions.
well, they are just animals. So,
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
You could put a note on it.
yeah, I mean
Put a note on it.
that's a good idea.
Has anyone got
Have a
pen
pen.
and paper?
What's the matter, Skippy? Someone falling down the well? I have paper.
Yeah, I think I stole some from the manor, the mansion thing.
There might be some in this room as well.
Okay. So should I send an animal out? Maybe a bird. No, look.
There you go, Steph. That's all the information.
Mhm.
So, do you have enough spell slots?
Yeah, I
Okay.
do.
You could send an animal out then, if you wanted to. If that's what everyone wants Farrah to do.
I think that's a great idea.
What do you want me to write? If we're doing the note thing. Otherwise, I didn't see it.
Yeah. You could just mention that we've cleared it as far as we know, and that there's nothing here now.
Alright.
So they can come if they want.
Does does concentration require you to be in range?
Nope.
Not sure.
So,
Unless it says so in the spell specifically.
Never look.
Someone creates friendly to you. Wait, any verbal commands may shoot to you. Okay. Yeah, you could do that.
It's a 3rd level spell though. So if something comes out, you'll be fucked.
Osdred's done that twice already.
We're 100% fucked with that anyway. I've got 0 spell slots.
Oh, okay. I've got no wild shape, so we would be very fucked.
Pitch will use his ink pen and his ink to write on his paper and put it in his scroll case for the thing to carry.
Oh, good idea.
You
I want a scroll case.
Well, you should have had a better background then, shouldn't you?
So what do you write, Pitch?
I mean, I think Farrah was dictating to him then, so it's like, we have cleared the winery. If you wish to join us, we are staying here. Is there anything else? You'd be checking in.
Yeah, and just that if they can come now, that we can. Oh, should we? I don't know, because letting them come by themselves. Oh, it's only 10 minutes away. They can walk 10 minutes, right?
Sure.
If they get killed, we've got ourselves a winery.
When I say hi.
He puts meat hand says hi at the end.
That's a good idea.
Oh, he put meat hands alive.
It's grim when you.
Meadhan
think of it
is
that way.
alive and says hi.
Yeah.
Please come here now so we can all be safe together.
Okay.
Yeah, pretty much. Want to come over.
So you summon. What beast do you want to summon?
P.S. This is definitely not a trap.
Giant octopus.
Oh yeah. Summon the 8 owls again, because then they can escort them as well, sort of thing.
Okay. So you summon a number of these giant owls once more that spring forth from Farrah's fey magic, and you just carefully place this this scroll case pitch in one of the talons of this owl, and then Farrah instructs it, and it flies off in the direction of the Martikov's camp. After about 20 minutes, maybe half an hour, so you start to hear the sounds of people approaching, and then looking out carefully, you can see that the entire Martikov family, accompanied by both Irina, Ismark, Van Richten, and Esmeralda, all approach you at the winery. And the first thing is that you'd see the children see Meadhan, and they're like, Meadhan! And they start running forward, and they're like excited to see him, like running up to him, and they're sort of like pulling at his like trousers and stuff, and they're
He'll like drop down to one knee with his arms open. It's like, dudes!
and they run up very clearly, very pleased. And then Stefania would also move up to Meadhan and just instantly just pull him into a big hug and be like, we thought you were dead.
Ah, man, it takes a lot to get rid of me.
No kidding. And you see Muriel comes up to you, Meadhan is like, good to see you're not dead, big man.
Well, that probably wouldn't be the case if it weren't for this lot.
Yes, I think we got a lot of these to thank these lot for. You can see Davian in the back is sort of like moving up slowly with you haven't known his name yet, but you see the what looks like his older son, Meadhan, you know it to be Adrian, a very muscular, strong man who's moving up behind him and sort of accompanying him to watch the way. You see the younger son, Elvir, the rather contentious man you met back at the camp, who is kind of standing off to the side, kind of eyeing you all suspiciously.
Meadhan would probably approach each of them to either offer a handshake or a hug, whatever's appropriate.
Yeah, you'd see that Adrian certainly holds out his hand and picks you in a warm handshake and smiles at you, and he's like, "Good to see you alive, boy."
It's good to see you all.
Suppose after we saved you, this is you saving us in turn, yes?
I guess we're even.
He kind of winks at you. You go to Elvir, and he's just kind of like looks away, and he's like, "Glad you're not dead." And
likewise.
eventually you go up to the kids would be like following you, like asking like, you know, what's been happening? What you been doing? Especially the Martin, the slightly older boy, whilst Vigo, you know, is a little bit more quiet and more timid. But they like Vigo sort of walks up to you, and he's like, "Look, I made this," and he sort of shows you this little kind of wooden sort of carving that you know he's been working on for a little while.
I imagine in my hands it would be this tiny, minuscule
it's
little
absolutely
thing. So...
tiny. Well, Martin's like, but beside you, and he's like, sort of pretending to like, "Did you fight him off? Did you get him real good, Meadhan?"
Settle down, little ones. I'll tell you about it later. It's a hell of a story.
Oh, I love story. I can't wait. Oh, I'm so excited. And Vigo's just sort of like smiles to you and takes the little wooden figure back from you.
Is Muriel among them?
She is, yeah.
As he approaches her, he's again the same. Good to see you again.
It's good to see you again, big man. Be honest, we thought you croaked.
I can't blame you. I know, looking at me, I may not seem the fighter type, but
You're kidding
I
me.
gave him a good what for.
You're the only... Not even Adrian can carry a barrel on his own up those blooming stairs, so...
Well, I got my natural advantages, as he sort of flexes a little bit.
You'd go to Davey, and then he kind of just like eye you suspiciously, doesn't say anything to you.
Oh, well, before that, he would have then asked Muriel, I don't suppose you've seen anyone, have you?
No, not yet. I've been looking, but no luck.
Well, thanks for trying.
And as they're sort of talking, the rest of you gather around, and like Stefan, would approach you, and she'd approach sort of you, Farrah, and you, Osdred, because you were the one sort of leading the group previously. And she would just say, "Thank you so much. You don't know what you've done for us. This is so big. We have our home back."
Yeah, I suppose you do.
Just hope they don't come back. Do you know if they would have a reason to?
There are plenty more of them. It wouldn't surprise me.
Why did they attack? Is there a reason or something?
Let's go inside and we can discuss this later. I think now's the time for celebration.
Oh, we did just save your home, so I would like to know why we were saving it and from what.
If you insist, like my father said previously, they'd stolen a number of artifacts, or at least stolen one. The other was stolen by someone else, we believe, and the last one was stolen a long time ago. And we're not sure by who.
So they stole it from you?
And we tried to launch a counterattack on Yester Hill.
Are these artifacts originally theirs, and you have them?
These artifacts have been in our family for a long time, before even my father was born, I
But the
believe.
druids used to rule this land, did they not, before the devil?
Possibly, yes. I do not know.
Maybe your family acquired it from the druids then, and then it really begs the question of who does it belong to?
Well, all I can tell you is that it's been in my family for generations. If the druids had an issue, then they would have come sooner, and despite. Regardless, these druids worship the devil, worship Strahd. If it's theirs, was once theirs, then they've been corrupted and can no longer be trusted in their hands.
Regardless of whose these artifacts are, do they resemble these? And she's going to show the descriptions of the fortunes.
She shakes her head. No, nothing like that.
Okay.
I assume they're going to attack again.
Possibly, but for now we have our home back. And with you all here, we have a much better chance of defending it if they were to attack.
We're probably not staying for that long, right, Farrah? We've got to get up to Kresk.
Yeah, we still do need to go to Kresk, but it's good to know we have somewhere to come back to.
You are always welcome here. Please, we can... This is a time for celebration. We should sit down, we can have dinner, we can treat you to a nice home-cooked meal, the safety within our home. This is... Please let us do this for you. This is one thing that we would like to do.
Farrah just nods. It'd be nice to settle down for the night at least.
What say all of you?
Well, Meadham would have probably stood by them, kind of ready to help out whatever he needs to do. So he still feels like he's serving them.
Yeah.
Are we 100% sure this isn't a trap?
Well, they probably would have killed us by now if it was.
Yeah, that's true. But maybe they're going to poison us or drug us. Okay, yeah, fair enough.
I'm not
I'll be
saying
quiet
this shit. Like, you guys can decide whether you want to stay or not. It's completely up to you.
Do some insight checks.
I don't think we really have a choice. We go out there, we're dead, and Ulrich, or whatever his name was nice to us. I trust him enough.
There's children here. I think we could defend ourselves even if they were bad, Nigel.
They were like those children in the orphanage. He was a bit, ooh.
Yes, but I not feel great already. If they try attack me, I gonna go night-night.
At this point, when you're chatting amongst yourself, they're literally right in front of you. So Davian would speak forward. It's like, you're lucky enough we offered the sanctuary in the first place.
I mean, I said that as Anja, not as Nigel. But
The rest of you are still chatting about this right in front of them. So he would say, my daughter's been too generous to strangers in this land. You shouldn't trust anyone in this land, and you are not wrong to not trust us. So preferably we would just have you leave. And she's like, Father, quiet.
Maybe we wouldn't have taken your winery back if you're going to be so rude, old man.
It's just like, bah.
Bah to you too.
Calm down.
Stefania says,
Muriel saved us before. We had nothing. We had to owe them at least their winery. It's a bonus.
Please do not listen to my father. Like, he's been burned before. Let's put it that way. He is untrusting of outsiders, and he has good reason to.
Well, I told him the truth about the amulet, and we got the winery back. The least he could do was be a bit polite.
I appreciate that, but everyone's different. Everyone's got their
really an
burdens.
excuse. Osdred walks off.
Farrah grimaces at the truth about the amulet thing, but doesn't say anything.
Please, I speak for everyone. When we are all appreciative, even my father, who's kind of like walked off at this point with Adrian in tow, and
as are we. Just ignore Osdred. He's a grumpy dwarf.
Much as my father is a grumpy old man, so I do appreciate that.
Let's settle down, shall we?
Please, let's gather round, and I can. Dag is an excellent cook, and he's like, you have to try my stuffed pheasant, and Meadhound, you know his stuffed pheasant is quite delicious, actually.
Sitting there nodding, just like,
I'm sure we've got some. Hopefully those druids haven't completely ruined all our ingredients we had left. Yes, quite.
It would be nice not to eat a rat for once.
Indeed. Well, please, all feel free to all gather upstairs, and Dag will put something together in the next few hours, and
goes upstairs.
So you all sort of you can all gather, and they offer rooms to you if you wish to sleep for a little bit. At one point, Irina would have come up to you, Nigel, and she would have thrown her arms around
Farrah
you.
won't sleep, but she's going to take a little short rest.
Okie doke, that's fine. At some point,
Well, I suppose we're all taking a rest.
At some point, Nigel, Irina would have come up to you, and she would have sort of thrown her arms around you and be like, "Nigel, I'm so glad you're all right."
Nigel will give her a big bone-crushing hug back and be like, just, for a minute I not think I would be, but Pitchy Boy always saved Nigel life.
He's proven himself to be very impressive, isn't he?
Yes, he is friend in lots.
Yes, but I knew everything would be fine, Nigel. I knew we would see each other again.
He'd sort of like give her a little like chuck on the cheek and be like, Like, we always come back for you, Irina.
I know. And now at least we have somewhere nice to sleep that's not on the road. As much as I don't mind staying in Surethos' dome, it's not the most cozy.
It's very cozy. Lots of people so close together.
I suppose, but the ground is very cold.
Yes, it's this nice we sleep in proper beds.
Proper beds, yes. Did Mr. Snufflax keep you safe?
You know he did. He listened to what you say to him.
Ah, very good, Mr. Snufflax. And she kind of sort of pets him on the, sort of like grabs his ear slightly and shakes it. And she's like, I knew I can count on you to keep Nigel safe.
Nigel would really proudly pat his chest when Mr. Snufflax is sitting.
And she sort of smiles and chuckles at Nigel. With Osdred going out, I assume Osdred sort of would have headed outside, Kieran.
Don't know where he was.
Well, you're just in the Winery. So where did you want to head? If you're walking off.
Well, he's just walking away from a conversation. He wasn't walking fully away.
Okay. Well, Ismark would have sort of walked off and sort of found you, sort of off on your own, and he would have just been like, I see you killed a lot of those things, yes?
Yeah.
It was quite the graveyard, or whatever you'd call that for plants, I suppose.
Well, I would say a nursery, but nothing's being born there.
True. Are you feeling all right? You look like you look hurt.
Fine.
Okay. If you need me, I'll be with Irina.
Alright, it's Mark. I'm just a bit pissed off with that old man.
Just ignore him. Some people like to project their own issues. You know how it is.
True. But I definitely know how that is.
He smiles and nods to you, and he's like, "Hey, at least we won't run out of wine anytime soon, hey?"
I don't know how you've been in this land so long, Mark. Everyone here's so rude.
When you're born here, you get used to it. People are you've got to remember, everyone here is born and raised to fear something that is so beyond you and has so much power over you. And not only that, children are frequently born. They don't cry, they don't laugh, they're born without a soul. It is a harsh land.
Well, I think that an old man who you told the complete truth to and then saved his winery would at least say, "Thank you, Osdred," or "Thank you, the Iron Oath," but no. He sulks in the corner.
Yeah, and Ismark kind of goes to place a hand on your shoulder, then but then knows better not to, and just kind of nods and then walks off.
So Ismark, and he's like, "I've got a big tank in there, so you might find me under that later." And he winks at him.
He kind of winks back and he's like, "Perhaps I will join you."
Have a funnel, brewing supplies, and he's like, "Oh yeah."
At some point, sort of Farrah and Pitch and Helen, Van Richten and Esmeralda would have come up to you and be like, "No trouble on the way then?"
No. Plenty of trouble when we got here, but on the way, not so much.
I imagine von Zarevich is keeping close tabs on us, so he's probably aware we are here. Hope you're all aware of that.
Yeah, it's something to keep in mind all the time.
However, this place looks quite defendable, so from a strategic point of view, it looks like this would be the place to put up a siege if necessary, more than anywhere else in Barovia that we currently have access to anyway.
Certainly seems that way. We can see for quite a ways outside the building, which is helpful.
Indeed. If you plan on keeping up a watch, I suggest making sure that the windows are manned with a number of different people to look out upon the vineyards.
Thank you for your suggestion.
What is your plan from here?
Well, she looks at Pitch and Helen.
I assumed we were considering heading to Kresk.
Yeah. We'll be staying here for the night at the least, Van Richten. But Kresk is still the goal.
Very well. Regardless, we must... If we are to take sanctuary here in any form, then... perhaps it is better if I travel off alone towards Kresk, try and warn, see what I can learn about the town already.
If you think that's best, Van Richten, I'm not going to tell you what to do.
Very well. I shall think on it. He sort of walks off.
Yeah.
You see Esmeralda just sort of sitting, like on like a barrel at the side, just kind of like watching you all as you speak to him, and Van Richten kind of walks off and up to one of the rooms on his own.
Are you going to go with him, Esmeralda?
Someone's got to make sure he doesn't die.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe he would probably rather not me even try to keep him company. So who the fuck knows?
Weird.
What are all of you doing here? What brought you to this land? Did you come here willingly, or...?
Certainly not. Don't think none of us knew this place even existed.
Ignorance is bliss, yes. Regardless.
If we could leave right now, then we would.
I'm sure you would. But evil that feeds on the innocent is the worst of all evils, and at any cost it must be destroyed.
For our freedom, I'm going to agree.
She just nods towards you, sort of quietly keeps watching.
Yeah.
So after a short amount of time, you all gather as Dag prepares this nice meal. You all sit around at the table in this area up here. I'll drag tokens out just to represent this for this part. Shrink them down for a bit because the dimensions aren't perfect for this map, annoyingly.
Should we drag ours out?
Yeah,
Where are we chilling?
If you want to, just yeah. As you gather around the table. I'll adjust the sizes for you in a moment. Gives you a little bit of a visual representation then.
Can't get in.
That's fine, I'll sort it in a minute.
Yeah.
Oh, Helen's new art. Lovely.
Yeah.
Oh, Nigel.
Yeah, Nigel's got new as well.
Oh, so good. He's the dwarf now, old man.
So it'd be quite cramped in this room, but you would all manage to fit in.
Hoping he was going to be here, so he's just staring at old guy the whole time.
We don't probably be standing sort of with the Monicos.
Yeah, that's fine. So it would be very cramped in there. Let me just grab other peeps. Miss Irina. Mr. Ismark. So during this time, by the way, you would have more than enough time to take short rests, so feel free to take short rests.
Health bar of Helen and Nigel needs to be seen.
Oh, okay.
Oh, not Rictavio.
I'll adjust that. And then Esmeralda. Okay, there we go. So you're gathered in this noisy room. Let me pick some more appropriate music as well. Let's go. Just use this for the sake of it for now. Turn up a tiny bit. So you all gather around this table as Dag brings out this big hearty meal and places it on the table. This stuffed pheasant with a number of potatoes. They also bring out a number of wines for each of you. And all sit down to enjoy a well-earned meal after your long and difficult battle. So you can, all of you look around, you can smell this delicious food around you. Each of you sitting down in a relatively comfy chair and feeling the sort of harsh wood of this table. It's pretty rough, but it's rough and quite basic, but it feels quite homely at the same time. So Dag, he sort of sits down. He's like, "Hope everyone enjoys their meals. This is a specialty of mine."
I'm sure it'll be nice.
What was that, Osdred?
Well, it looks fucking great.
Well, dig in. And I have to say, since you're all here, since we're celebrating, and he kind of like looks towards Stefan, you kind of like looks to him with a kind of like, "What are you doing?" And he's like, "I say that someone here has got to challenge me. I challenge them to anyone who's out there to a drinking contest." And she's like, "Oh, for God's sake."
Nigel just starts going, Osdred, Osdred, Osdred.
I would love to, everybody, but I actually got shot in the stomach with an arrow today, so I don't really think it's the best thing to do.
Boo!
I'll tell you, it certainly will make that pain go away a little bit. Anyone else? Who's down? Come on, I'm challenging you all.
Oh God, if only Davy was here.
Tell you what, I will.
Right, that's what we like to see. And he kind of like prepares some wine in a little cup, and he starts pouring it in. And he's like, "Right, back in Valaki at the old Blue Water Inn, Erwin liked to water down the wine a little bit, but here you get the proper thing. You ready, girl?"
I'm ready.
Right, on 3. Right, everyone start banging your cups on the table. That's what I want to see. And like everyone, the kids are kind of like excitedly like banging on the walls, and as some of the other, you see Muriel start sort of banging hers, and Ismark and Irina kind of start like tapping on the wall, like banging their empty mugs on the wall. And he's like,
Milan's banging his drum.
and he's like, on 3, 2, 1, drink! And he's like throws back the drink. So make a
Chokes it back.
Constitution saving throw for me, please, Farrah. But the first, you see Dag is just like pouring back this drink really fast, and Farrah's struggling to keep up. Make a second con save for me, please, Farrah.
Oh.
But this time, Farrah, she starts like really sipping it back, like trying to get back as much as she can into her.
Oh, yeah.
And then finally, one more, Farrah, please.
Oh!
And with that, the natural 20 to the natural 1.
Fucking hell.
Farrah just finishes off this wine and just slams it on the table, and he's like, and Dad kind of like spits the rest of it out in his cup, and he's like, haven't lost one of those in ages.
I guess you haven't lost to me.
No, indeed. Must be quite the drinker.
Not usually.
You see that after a short while, like Muriel, like as you're digging into your food, Muriel kind of looks around to all of you, and she's like, "So, you're to kill all those druids. It's quite impressive. I do have to ask, where were you trained?"
I was trained in the company by God, I can't remember his actual real name. Danish.
She kind of looks
What's
to
his real name?
the rest of you, expecting a response. No, okie doke. No, everyone just sits there in silence.
Pitch is just playing. Pitch is just playing with his food. He's not looking very talkative at all.
Okie doke.
I'm big mountain man.
Big mountain man?
Yes, I from mountains,
Oh, right.
and I'm big Goliath man. But everyone call me weak Nigel. I'm not very good at fighting.
I mean,
Very good at fighting, Nigel.
you must have been pretty good if you took down those things.
Not. You should see other men in my village.
Very well then. I suppose you're not quite as big as me, Dan.
Now, there's no need to get competitive. We may not be natural born fighters, but we're just good at what we do, hey, bro?
Yeah. Yes. Okay. And he'd like be like,
Okay, so is anyone else saying anything during the evening?
Osdred would just be occasionally glaring at the old man.
Hang on. This lag is so
We can hear you, Hannah.
annoying. Farrah would ask the Markovs questions. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah. Can she hear us?
Probably not.
Okay, yep. No.
I don't think it can. Hannah? Hello?
Osdred would at least ask, so what's Kresk like? Is it, shit as Valak is?
I can't say I've been there myself. The walls are made of stone. They're quite high.
I suppose that's a start.
They're a little bit, when we've had any interactions with them, they're quite isolationist.
You mean mostly human?
everyone's a human in this land.
Osdred looks around.
Apart from the devil's guests.
We had some talk a long time ago about I think they were called a mongrel folk or something.
You would not know that, Osdred, I'm going to tell you that now.
I thought you said it ages ago, like, and right at the beginning you read about it or something.
Nope. Definitely not.
And how do I know about it?
Because I've told you about it. Cause...
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, Osdred would not know that, I'm afraid.
Oh, Belvedere, right.
Yeah.
So, that cathedral, what's that going on about it?
The Abbey of St. Markovia. Well, they say that you know the story of St. Markovia, right?
Definitely not.
Well, it's quite an interesting one. She was a cleric, I believe, of the Morning Lord, and she used to run the abbey in like a hospital in Kresk, as far as I remember. That's what the stories say. And she went to war with von Zarevich.
I guess she lost.
She kind of looks down like, yeah. But she put up quite a resistance. They say that she fought for many years before von Zarevich finally defeated her. And her closest ally was another saint, Saint Andrel. Have you heard of him?
Yes, he had the cathedral in Valaki.
Well, the stories go that he was actually a priest who served in von Zarevich's army, and was the driving force in bringing the Morning Lord to Barovia. And he was apparently he was once a close friend of von Zarevich, despite their philosophical differences. And
is this von Zarevich the younger, the devil, not the older one?
This is the same man, yes.
Okay, because I know he had a father or something. Never really ascertained what happened to him. I've read about him in a book, but
his father, I don't know much about his father, to be honest. I know that there was some war a very long time ago. I've read a few books I've picked up about around different places in Barovia. You find quite a treasure trove of items, to be honest, if you know to look in the right places.
Like the Amber Temple.
I've heard of that, but I that's a legend.
So he looks at Arena. He's like, "Do you think she might be safe there than the rest of Barovia, or
In the Abbey? I mean,
yeah,
I don't know, to be honest. Kresk has walls. If you can get inside there, then they seem to be from what I've looked when I've flown over there, they look pretty self-sufficient. They seem to have farms and such, and they don't have any hunters that go out like in Valaki.
well,
They raise all their own
Is it-
livestock in the town.
I mean, sounds a bit more normal than Valaki. Yeah.
I don't have much more to say. The Abbey itself, I've flown up there a few times. I know there's some kind of man running it at the moment, and there's a number of bestial folk there.
Like he looks around like a centaur.
No, not quite. They're She kind of looks down like they're I suppose you just look it out. I suppose
Sorry.
you just that's right. I suppose you describe them as like mongrels, mongrel folk.
That's quite a callous name, but
Indeed.
wait.
I actually hate that name. That's like super culturally insensitive, but that's just Lewis talking, but whatever. Go on, sorry.
Ooh. I'm trying to think what Osdred would think of like a rat man would look like.
Yeah, she would kind of describe like some of them like have different faces of beasts and stuff. I don't know if maybe they're. I always assume maybe they were cursed.
Have you ever heard about them in Faerun or?
Do a nature check for me. No, you haven't.
Guess he's never seen Bell, really.
Yeah. you would, based off your like knowledge as a cleric, you'd know that they aren't like, you'd know that any kind of thing like that is unlikely to be like an actual race or anything. It's more likely to be like a curse or some kind of like something to do with that, because you know enough about curses to know that much. So it's you just think, oh, it sounds like cursed people.
So they have cursed people working in there with the.
It looks like it. I'm not sure exactly. I haven't been too close to Kresk. It's I've flown over there maybe 10 times, but the Abbey is pretty closed off, so only can see so much.
Meadhand said they weren't very nice to people who weren't human. Maybe they're slaves or something.
Maybe, but I think they're just. I don't think it's just humans. I think they're just they keep to their own, and they seem to love their own. I think they're just probably suspicious of outsiders. They've denied us entry.
It's probably fair enough.
We deliver wine shipments to them once a month, though. So we have kind of a working relationship, but they still are very they like to make sure we're kept out.
So if we couldn't get in the normal way, we could slip in through a wine shipment.
She sort of like smiles at the ingenuity of your idea. It's like, I suppose that's an option, yes. It may not be the if you were to get out and they all found out, I'm sure they wouldn't be particularly happy. To be honest, I imagine, you know, they're just like other people. At the end of the day, they're just scared. If you do something nice for them, I'm sure they'll let you in. They're just, you know, I imagine they put you to work. They're not completely callous, you know. They're just, you know, smart, if anything.
Well, the Baron at Valaki seemed particularly enraptured by a companion. He looks at Arena. I don't know if we'd have the same problem there.
Perhaps. It's something... She's, I mean, she's noble, right? She was daughter of the burgomaster in the village.
Guess if mayority counts as nobility, then yeah.
Well, it does in Barovia. I imagine any noble is going to be interested in another noble in this land. It's not often you get to meet them. Maybe she was a threat to his power?
Looks up at Arena. He's like, what do you think, Arena? I don't want to just be talking about you and not asking you anything.
I don't know. I think that Valaki was difficult, but we shouldn't let it completely skew our perspective. Perhaps the burgomaster in Kresk will be more kind. My father never really spoke of him, so I do not know if they really knew each other. So there's no pre-existing relationship there. But I imagine if you needed us to, perhaps we could call upon mine and Ismark's birthright, and it might give us some sway.
The last time we did that, we kind of got trapped. So,
True. It might be better to keep it on the down low then. I think either option is worth exploring, but like you said, like you think it might prove difficult.
Your big boy, is he coming with us?
Kind of Muriel looks over. It's like, I assume you'll be staying here with us, Medan. No, unless you wanna. She kind of looks down. She's like, the search is proving pretty fruitless. Maybe if you went to Kresk, there might be more signs of them there. That's where they were closest to. Medan?
Oh, sorry, I thought you were talking to Osdred.
No, talking to you.
Um,
She was saying that.
he's like,
She's saying that she assumed that you might be staying here, but then she said she sort of looked down and looked sad, and she said the search is getting like quite fruitless. So
Yeah,
maybe there'll be more sign of them in Kresk.
Metan would, like, again, it's like an assumption, but he'd be like, yeah, I mean, I owe you guys, I figured I'd be hanging around here. I don't want to get in these guys' way, and I'm not exactly a fighter or nothing.
Your debt's more than paid to us, Medan. You don't have to stay here with us, but you'll always have a home here. Stefania kind of nods. She's like, Muriel's right. You're always welcome here, Medan, and if you wish to go with these people and look for your friends, then I would understand.
Well,
We would always keep an eye
If
out,
you're-
though. Muriel will always be flying high.
well, if you're sure, I mean, I wouldn't want you guys to get attacked again and me to not be here to help or nothing, but I'll think about it. I mean, they may not even want me tagging along anyway.
Guess we'll have to wait and see.
Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Is Hannah there now?
I think so.
Okay. At one point, Medan, you'd see the kids kind of like pulling at your like side, and you'd see the rest of them kind of like come from like a smaller table, and they're like, Medan, can we hear one of your songs again?
Medan, I've got something to help you with that if you want.
Yeah.
Guess that is Strahd puppet.
Oh my god.
They kind of like recoil slightly, like.
Hello, children. I'm really dumb.
The kids start laughing. It's like that's funny.
I'm scary, but also I have clear issues. And he like nods.
They don't really understand completely. These are like 6-year-old, 7-year-old kids, but they love the little voice you're doing, and they're like laughing along at this puppet, like moving its mouth up and down. And then the sort of younger, sort of slightly more timid one is like, "Can I touch it?"
Well, maybe you can dance with him if Medan plays his song.
That's a great idea. Medan, play your song, Medan. Do the good one. But Medan's got the best songs. He's better than anyone else at songs in the whole world.
No, little guy, you just haven't heard enough music in the world.
No, Medan's the best.
Go on then. He slowly gets his hammer out, flips it over, and starts playing. What did I call it? Good time or fun time or?
Yeah, I know. It's really good. So you'll sit around and see Medan start
Holy shit.
banging out this tune, and the kids are like, one of the kids is like tries to sort of not grab, but like sort of hold the Strahd doll from you, Osdred, and he's like sort of dancing with it, like holding it with one hand, and yeah.
Osdred's just like, you keep it, kid, but remember he is scary in real life.
And he kind of smiles, and he's like, "Yay! Look what I got, Mum!" And she's like, "Oh dear." Like, that's kind of morbid, but and they're playing along with dancing around. You see sort of Stefania and Muriel look very sort of happy. Esmeralda and Fabricton are kind of sitting beside, kind of looking like, what the fuck have we got ourselves into? You see Dag is like clapping like, oh yeah, I love this one. This is great. And Irina and Ismar kind of smiling at each other and kind of looking. Irina kind of looks to you, Pitch, and kind of like sort of places her hand on your back, seeing you're looking kind of quite solemn.
Yeah, with for the first time in a little bit, Pitch kind of looks up at Meadhan and has a little smile on the side of his mouth. But he doesn't really acknowledge Irina.
Helen's looking pretty shocked, like, what the fuck is this?
Oh, that was a great one, Meadhan. Hey! Claps for everyone.
So giving a slight bow.
Farrah has another drink.
Okay, and what's your con mod, Farrah?
+2.
Okay, yeah. You've had a couple of... Well, it would have been 2... So, yeah, do a con check now, actually.
Yeah.
Because that would have counted as 2 portions. Chugging it. Yeah, you're fine, though.
Damn it.
After the music stops playing, you see Elvir, the younger son, kind of get up from his chair. And he's just like... This is ridiculous! We should not be celebrating when our lifeblood has been stolen. More of those druids are probably performing their evil rituals and planning another attack. It's our fault. We should have been more prepared. He just like throws his hands up, like, this is ridiculous, and just storms out of the room.
Yeah.
And then like Stefania goes to say something, and then Davey kind of raises his hands like, let him go. And then she kind of sort of lowers her head slightly.
Osdred like leans over to Pitch. He's like, "Wow, that seems like something I would do."
Yeah, Pitch kind of snorts at that and speaks up and says, "What is this thing that's been stolen?"
Davian kind of like eyes you suspiciously, and then Stefania kind of speaks up, and she's like, I suppose you've earned enough to learn about what has been stolen from us. You see, as you may have noticed, the land in Barovia is not exactly the most fertile. There aren't exactly huge amounts of farms or any of the vegetables that do grow are kind of old root vegetables and the types that can survive the harsh weathers here. But passed down in our family from a very, very long time ago, we've always had these life gems in our family. They give life to things around them. They give life to the earth, and they allow us to produce our wines. One was, I imagine you've seen our various wines around Barovia: Red Dragon Crush, Champagne de la Stomp, and, well, I doubt you've seen that, and the others. Well, each gem is used to create a different wine. Almost 10 years ago now, the first one was stolen. We don't know by who. And then Davian is like, bloody Erwin's fault. Should have been watching more carefully. He's like, she kind of like closes her eyes, like in a slight kind of frustration thing, and then she's like, Erwin was on watch that night. But since then, more recently, trying to produce our other wines, the other gems were stolen, so any ability to produce any more wine is gone, unfortunately. This is the rest of the stock we have is what we've got left, unless we can recover them.
Pitch is watching Osdred's face for responses.
And that's all the wine in Barovia.
What did he say? Sorry, like cut out for me for a second.
Do you produce all the wine in Barovia?
We do. We are the only producers of wine in Barovia.
I assume there's no distilleries or.
She shakes her head. This is you're looking at it.
Well, he looks back at Pitch and he's like, "They only have the pies left, and that's made out of children to take them away from her worries." And he looks back at the kids and he's like, "I mean, children pigs."
Davey kind of speaks up at this point. He's like, looks directly at you, Osdred. He's like, "You do not know the damage you have done by handing the devil a holy relic."
We didn't hand it to him, old man, and I probably do know the damage because it's going to be horrific.
It could see an end to our order.
Ostred's just like, yeah, I suppose it could, but we'll get it back. I mean, we have to if we're going to defeat the devil.
Kind of like, you see the first time usually he's like very kind of almost like spitting his words and kind of very kind of angrily kind of like, the way he's been acting. But he kind of goes like a bit more sort of solemn for a second, and he's like more serious. And he's like, "If you truly wish to slay von Zarevich, you're going to need allies."
Farrah, back a drink.
Another drink?
And yeah, another drink.
Another cons check. Yeah, you are now considered, I believe it's tipsy. Let me just get the drinking rules. Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you are tipsy, so you get advantage on charisma-based checks and saving throws.
Nice. Farrah stands up.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it was our fault, okay? Our fault. My fault. That it's gone.
Oh, Farrah, it's Neville's fault, really.
Osdred, it's my fault, okay? We should have known. I should have known, and I didn't. Didn't even think. But we should help these people, and I should help you get your stuff back.
If you go to von Zarevich, you will surely die.
I know.
I have seen so many adventurers come to this land, so many that walk these lands now as restless spirits. So many challenged his rule and died. You wonder I don't trust people? I've seen your kind before. And you either die with no point, with nothing. You die and end up in the ground. Or you
I know,
turn
okay.
and you become his minions. You become one of him. In one
Probably
way or
right.
another.
And that's even more reason to just help you out now. And these druids serving Strahd. I don't know the reason why, but it's just gross.
He kind of like looks down for a second and it's like, I will not order my family to help you. I appreciate what you've done in reclaiming our home. I may be old, I may be bitter, but I am not blind to talent. Kind of like goes quiet for a second again. He's like, but if you truly wish to prove yourselves, if you truly think that you can face von Zarovich and have any chance of winning, then you've thrown away one thing that would have helped. So you will need allies. And if you wish for me to order my family to help you, then
So,
you must recover these life gems.
Well,
Hmm.
the
Then you
tone
will-
of the dinner just changed rather impressively.
Hmm.
He just kind of looks at you. Looking far less wild-eyed than he did before. Far more sort of stern and serious.
we don't even stand a chance without you. So, I guess that's what we have to do. And she just sort of stumbles back and sits in her chair.
Maybe then you'll earn your wings. Then he just falls quiet.
Farrah has another drink.
Another con check. I think that actually still passes. 18. This would be the... round 4. Yeah, it just makes it.
Yeah.
But any more, it's going to start getting a lot more difficult.
Sure.
So it's quite a tense atmosphere in the room now as you kind of all look down, sort of finishing off this delicious roast pheasant.
Yeah.
And then people start to get up, cleaning the sort of plates and mugs off the table. It's getting quite late now. I'd say it's probably about 7, maybe 8 o'clock in the evening. It's dark.
Farrah just sits there. Have a drink.
Okay, another con check. This time you fail. You are definitely, and most certainly, I'm going to say you're drunk at this point.
Yeah.
You've had so much that it would definitely be. Farrah is pretty damn drunk.
Turn into an octopus.
Oh, yeah. Drunk octopus.
Ink everywhere.
So, as the sort of room clears, Davian continues sitting there. You see Adrian kind of whispering stuff to him occasionally and kind of looking at you. And then Stefania kind of clears as well and kind of like thanks you all for attending dinner again and what you've done for them. What do you want to do for the rest of the evening?
Pitch wants to ask him, the old guy, to
Yep.
say, do you mind if we could have the room to discuss matters?
Kind of stares at you and he's like, just gets up and then leaves. So the rest of them leave.
Meadhan would join them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Osdred sitting in the old man's place.
He's sitting in his place. The oven, because it's probably a bit hotter.
Yeah. Pitch kind of speaks up a bit and says, "Oh, the idea of having allies is, of course, a good thing, but we had to clear this place out for them. What are they providing for us if we help them?"
Well, I assume they can turn into were-ravens and
And fly around.
well, Farrah's eagles do it.
Pitch, my eagles do it, okay?
Pitch pointedly ignores Farrah's blurting out. I'm just saying, we keep putting ourselves in harm's way. I don't know what other routes there are for us. We could just head straight to Kresk.
We could see where these life gems. We could see what we know about them, and then, just head to Kresk. Say we'll help out, and if we stumble that way, we might find them anyway.
I suppose.
We go to the Amber Temple anyway, and that drowned village or whatever it is.
Perhaps, but it would be good to know that Irina is safe in Kresk before then. It feels as if the one thing they gave us, which had power, is no longer with us anyway.
Well, they themselves have power. Why don't we ask? We can ask them for help,
Yes. But if they had power, why didn't they take the winery back for themselves?
Well, Pitch, people get ambushed sometimes.
Yes. But after regrouping and recollecting themselves.
That's probably what they were doing, we don't know.
Right.
Slice on the table.
I mean, they did get attacked in this fortified position and still didn't hold it. So.
Precisely, and they needed us to clear it out for them.
Pitch, life gems, they sound pretty,
For farming? We're not going to set up our own farm here.
Well,
You don't want a brewery in Barovia, Osdred.
I meant a brewery out of Barovia.
You wish to take their life gems away?
Well, once we kill Strahd, then we won't need to be in Barovia anymore. So he's just like smiling, like dreaming of the future.
Well, I can enrich the land every day, but that's expensive.
Right.
Farrah goes cockney drunk.
Say, we hear out the old geezer, but first we take Irina to Kresk.
All right.
You suggest we don't ask these people, we just cut them off and leave them? Because I think that's a bad idea.
I said we hear him out.
You sound very just watching all of you as this goes on.
What do you think, Ricky?
Don't call me Ricky. Depends what your plan here is. What is your end game?
Well,
escape
All
Barovia.
the allies, we beat up Strahd and we die.
And what is your plan to kill a hundreds-of-year-old vampire who completely has complete sway over this land?
I'll tell you what it is. I'll tell you. She stands up, turns into a tiger, and roars.
Wait, mate, you drag it out. But yeah, you see Farrah turn into a tiger and then roar. It's like...
Comes here.
Last time we had a giant feline, it didn't go so well.
Yes, I'm sure that just running in there as a tiger and you'll be absolutely fine against Von Zarovich. Go ahead. I'll watch.
No, we won't. We die. Otherwise, we get the allies, and then we die.
I'm assuming she turned back from a tiger, or was that just like...
No, she turned back. Another chair.
Go on, who's speaking up? Your leader is too drunk to say anything of value. What is your plan?
We take Irina to Kresk, and then we deal with finding these artifacts and helping if we have to.
Okay, so these artifacts are key. So
Yes,
our pursuit
but-
should... Do you really think Miss Irina here is safe anywhere in Barovia, Mr. Osdred?
No, but we did promise to take her to Kresk when we're in Barovia, that village.
I get
It's
the
not-
impression of being here with the short time I have been with you, that Miss Irina feels most safe with you.
Well, she didn't feel safe with us.
I think the same thing actually as the Van Richten guy, and I think that Irina would have been really good at killing those trees outside earlier. Actually,
Yes. Regardless, I think pursuing these artifacts, even if they are the ramblings of fortune-telling, if they do exist in some capacity, and perhaps this Amber Temple may hold more secrets, perhaps that is the best way. Then perhaps that is what you should focus on pursuing. Perhaps these life gems are just a waste of time.
I hate secrets. There's too many here.
I think we're just so close to Kresk now, we should just check it out and then go after the artifacts. But
Chris is gonna be useless, Shred. It's just gonna be a crumpled, brick.
that's probably true, Farrah. From the sound of those bestial folk, I have no idea what's going on there. But if that elf guy at the Vistani camp, he wanted to come to the temple, but that means doubling back and going to get him, and then we could just go and find this drowned village. I don't know.
You've got a lot to think about, a lot of decisions to make.
You just be the leader, Van Richten. You seem like you know what you're doing.
Kind of sighs, and he's
Welcome
like,
to the newest member of the Oath.
"Trust me, you do not wish for me to lead you anywhere."
Story time.
He doesn't say anything else. All he says is, after that, he'd say, "In fact, it's probably safer if I was as far away from the lot of you until we're ready to face von Zarevich himself."
You're probably right, Rico. Why don't you go to Chris? You can go check out Krisk. You can go anywhere you want.
He's just completely ignoring Farrah and just looking at Osdred. He seems like he thinks Osdred's the only person he seems to be stepping up.
I
So
was just looking around. Come on, guys. Well, just kind of sighs. Like, what do you think, Nigel and Helen and Pitch, and you two as well? Do you think it's worth checking out Kresk? Otherwise, we should just go after these artifacts.
Do you want to go, Krisk, Irina? I think that it's going to be a brick and be poop, but you can go if you want.
Van Richten is not wrong. I feel safest when I'm with all of you, but I do not know. Perhaps Kresk will offer more safety. I don't know anymore. I feel like we're lost. If we...
Well, we
I think if
go have a look.
if we're going to do something, if we're going to do this plan, then we can't just live out on the road. We saw what happened last time. We were all nearly killed multiple times. We need some base.
No, we already made a decision. Everyone wanted to stay outside. That's what we do.
She kind of looks down, stops talking.
No.
Ismark, what do you think? You wanted us to take Irina to a place of safety.
Irina's safety is the most important thing to me. I think Kresk is the best chance at safety. That is my opinion. For me, my goal has not changed. I understand if all of you still want to go home, though, and if defeating Devil is... I do not... He kind of stops himself from talking, and it's like, I believe in all of you, but yes.
I'd say our contract with Mr. Daggersen is null and void. The only other
Oh, that was null and void ages ago, Pitch.
The only other responsibility we have currently, except to each other, is to fulfill our responsibility to Ismark and Irina. If Ismark says we should go to Kresk, I think we should go to Kresk.
To the brick. Is your window open?
Nope.
Oh, damn it.
Can't do anything about it, sorry.
Yeah, that's fine.
Map on here.
What was that, Kieran?
Is there a map?
Of Barovia?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll take you over. Oh wait, no, I can't do that. Oh, you've got the map of Barovia and player handouts though.
Well, here, that's Kresk and see that's Mason. Yep, I don't know.
Nigel, Helen?
Yes, that's me.
I don't mind going. I wouldn't mind going to Kresk, but I kind of am inclined to get the artifacts and get out.
We're not even going to try and help these Martikovs get their lifey gems back?
I don't see what we gain from it, really.
We gain ally pitch.
Allies that do what? Some grumpy old man?
You thought Octavia was a grumpy old man too?
No, we thought he was a young, interesting man with a tiger. It only turned out he was a grumpy old man.
Indeed.
He not have tiger? But I remember tiger.
Farrah sits back down.
Saber-toothed tiger to be exact.
I'm not entirely against it, Farrah. I just... We keep helping people. They already gave us their powerful artifact, and now it's in the hands of Moonbeam. It would be nice to think of people as allies, and it would be nice to have here as a place to sleep under a roof. But is it worth the danger? Is it worth the time?
We keep separating ourselves. We keep running away, and it's not done us any good so far.
We're alive.
But for how long, Mr. Pitch? If all you care about is living, then feel free to go back to Vallaki or go to Kresk and take up the life of a farmer.
Yes, please.
If you wish to truly go home, then your only option is to kill von Zarovich.
Right.
That much is true.
Ran away from Vallaki. We could have found many people to help us there.
Right, the people in the street that want to spit on me. The barkeep who gave us his one good power and we lost it. Or perhaps you're talking about the mad mayor who wanted us dead before long.
And then we cut ourselves off from Owen and shoot on the floor.
Sorry, what did Farrah say?
And then we separated ourselves from Owen. We could have helped. She stops.
We have helped. We took his family's winery back. It's what he wanted to do. We didn't want to go back into the city because it was being ruled by a man who made you set fire to a man and burn him alive, Farrah.
I did that so that we could have options, so that we could stay in Vallaki and maybe do what Danish did for them.
What do you mean? You wanted to kill the mayor?
It would have been hard. But we ran away, and that's a decision that was made. And she leaves the room.
Okay. You see Farrah kind of stumble out of the room. Irina goes to place a hand on your shoulder, Farrah, and goes to go after you. Do you let her, or do you just kind of whack her away? Not whack her.
I think she'd whack her.
Yeah.
Yeah, wave her off.
Yeah. She kind of sort of looks down, sadly. So Farrah leaves the room.
Which kind of sighs.
I think we should just hear the guy out and just if Mark wants to go to Kresk, let's go up to Kresk, and then we'll find the artifacts.
And Meathand wants to go there too.
Yeah,
He's someone we've actually seen be useful.
And if we listen to the old man, he's probably more inclined to come with us.
You want him to come with us?
Why not?
Some grump... What?
Not the old man, Meathand.
Oh! I misunderstood. Apologies. I didn't want him with us.
Van Richten turns to Irina and says, "Go on, girl. You were interrupted before by the drunkard. What were you going to say?" She kind of looks up and she's
And I didn't say anything.
She kind of sort of she kind of he would say, "Not you." Just and she kind of like sort of looks up shyly, but then gets this sort of determined expression on her face, and she's like, "Wherever I feel safest with all of you in Barovia, and if our plan is to truly try and do the unthinkable, do the impossible, if we are going to kill the devil, then I think I'd rather try and do that and die trying than just be in this land any longer. You have only been here 2 weeks. I have lived here my entire life, just with fear, and the last year has been the worst of that, since the devil turned his gaze towards me and placed me under his thumb. People have treated me like I am cursed, like I am that I am evil, like something is. I saw the way all of you looked at me, just like everyone else when they first saw me, when they heard I was bitten. If we're going to defeat the devil, then we need places like this where we are even able to have these conversations. If the Martakovs can offer this as sanctuary, if they can offer us any kind of help, if the people in Kresk can offer us help, if we can do what Farrah said and go back to Valaki and stop that madman there, then I think it's worth dying for. And she kind of like sits down in the chair quite hard. And Ismark places his hand on her, and you can see that he looks shockingly proud of her.
Nigel would go over and sort of like pat her on the shoulder.
She like takes your hand, Nigel, and grips it tightly.
Pitch just kind of shifts uncomfortably in his chair.
Seems you've got quite a wise girl in your group. He's sort of looking at you, Osdred, as he says that.
Osdred just doesn't really respond.
Yeah, that's fair.
Helen makes eye contact with Osdred and nods.
He nods back. So we still haven't decided on Kresk or...
Well, if we take Irina's speech into account, we want allies. This colorful Meadhan we've seen him fight. It is worth having a strong hand by us, and he wishes to head to Kresk. It might be a way to get him on board.
Alternatively, perhaps, if you help this family, who he seems very attached to, then perhaps you'll earn his trust as well.
Maybe.
We should at least hear the old man out.
He seems...
So then...
Sorry, go on.
So then there is no decision to make until we've heard him.
Well, and that and Farrah sobers up, yeah.
Yes. I haven't really seen her like that before.
I'm sure she's just letting loose. It's what I do all the time back in Farrah.
Right.
I haven't felt like drinking as much while we've been here. It's strange.
Well, you have the wealth, the drinking wealth of the entirety of Barovia at your fingertips.
Yes, but I also have a pierced stomach at the moment, Pitch, so probably not the best idea.
I'm not arguing.
I guess we should meet this guy in the morning, see what he has to say, and total off to wherever we're going. What about Esmeralda? What's she doing?
She kind of looks...
In a room?
Yeah, she's sitting there very quietly and just kind of looks up at you and says, "If you plan to kill von Zarevich, then I will be there."
Well, I mean, are you going with Van Richten? Are you coming with us, or are you doing your own thing?
And it looks around and says, "My mentor, and the girl are not wrong. You need somewhere where you can use as a base of operations if you wish to take down von Zarevich."
I meant, where are you going?
She kind of sighs and she's like, "I'm sure that Van Richten will..." Kind of looks at him, kind of annoyed, and says, "will disparage my ideas, but I say that when you are all ready, we just go straight to the castle and kill the thing in its lair."
We had a close encounter with Strahd back in Valaki. It did not go well for us at all.
It is the last thing he will expect, though.
True, but walking into a human's house, it's just going to get crushed no matter how sneaky it is.
I also think it's foolish to assume he doesn't know what we are doing wherever we are. So much of what we've done has just been a game for him. He's permitted us to go here or there, permitted us to live. He's shown his ability to affect our minds.
Whatever your decision is, I will be behind Van Richten. She kind of looks to him and she kind of sighs a little bit, and she's like, "Despite our disagreements, then I do wish to help you. I do wish to stop the evil in this land. That is why I came here. My approach... Perhaps my approach would have worked if I took a different method, but Von Zarevich is more powerful than even I could have predicted.
I think he's going to have some new minions pretty soon, based on what I learnt this morning.
Perhaps, yes. Regardless, I think a base of operations is a good idea. We had the tower before, that it was easy to make a plant attack, a plant strike on Ravenloft. But now we have lost that, and now we need a new one. Perhaps this place is a good place for that. It seems defensible. Even if these Martikos were not able to defend it, you may be able to defend it, because you all seem very capable from what I've seen so far. Maybe capable enough to kill Von Zarevich himself one day. But in the meantime, we need somewhere we can defend from him, from his minions, like this dwarf said here.
Her name's Osdred, by the way.
Yeah.
Osdred.
I just call you human, so...
You're right. I did not value that highly enough when I considered the benefits of helping these people.
Kresk seems like a good idea as well. If we have to get behind walls, then you have walls between the minions and us. But, who knows? We do not know what lies in Kresk. It is a risk. But everything you do in this land is a risk.
Well, maybe we should sleep on it, see what Farrah thinks tomorrow, and then, go from there.
We should find her. This isn't like her at all.
Well, she's fine, Pitch. I've been drunk all the time.
You really want a drunk tiger running around somewhere? I'm going to go find her. Pitch stands up.
I need to go pee real quick, so anyone who wants to take a pee break, feel free.
Pee break.
Oh, I'm getting some water.
Poor Meathead. Doesn't know what he's in for.
Yeah.
Hasn't a clue. But he never does usually.
The fucking steel drum was incredible. Oh my god.
Annoyingly, my roll-20 broke, so I couldn't hear a damn thing.
No!
Oh,
It was
sounds
so good!
I know what it sounds like. I found it ages ago.
It was
but...
genuinely like a little ray of sunshine. This awful place.
See if it lasts.
It's only so happy you can make a violin sound. But the steel drum is just like, hey! Boop, 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 doop, doop.
I don't know, violin if you get nice and folky.
Yeah, I've got some like folky jig stuff, but it's still, there's something about a violin which still has like an element of like, I don't know, like wistful thoughtfulness or whatever.
Profound sadness.
And when, yeah. Whereas with the steel drum, it's just like, everybody have a great time.
100% happy. Yep.
Great
So
role
good.
playing, by the way, everyone. I was very, very impressed. Oh, I need that pee so bad. Whew.
Drunk Farrah. It's hard to play Drunk Farrah
You did
without
good.
going.
Oh, it's so
It was
funny.
really good,
Really
yeah.
good.
Love
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I could. At first, I could tell you going to blossom very slightly, but it kind of. You pulled back on it very quick, and it was really good.
Drunk Farrah is just normal Blossom. What will drunk Blossom be like? Oh
God.
god.
Let's get this party started.
Just see her with like strapped herself to a load of fireworks. I'm gonna fly!
Oh yeah, it's great.
In my D&D session yesterday, the DM in that campaign, he has this homebrew rule, where if you roll on that 20, then you get to roll a d20 again. If you roll on that 20 again, then you get to roll to hit once more, and if you hit on the third hit, insta-kills any enemy.
That's insane.
I know.
What the fuck?
It's so unlikely. The chances are like 0 point something. But fucking, it happened yesterday.
Oh my god.
Our ranger we hit his counter plan with we were level 5 pie with 4 or 5 of us, and we were against 5 hobgoblins, 2 ogres, and a troll. So it was quite a hard encounter. But the fucking ranger one-shot the troll.
That's insane.
It was great. I quite like the rule. I think you'd have to do it in a certain type of campaign. But it's
right in the eyeball.
It's funny when you're on that 20. It's like, oh, is it gonna happen? Everyone lost their shit when it happened.
Yeah, I like the hype factor. But if you had the end game boss,
yeah,
that you'd be like, well, all right.
Yeah.
Guess that's that.
That's what the backup's for.
It's quite
phase 2.
Yeah, it's quite funny.
First bad guy was just a shapeshifter,
Exactly.
It was actually your mother with a major image cast over her. You just killed her.
Write that down. Is everyone back?
No.
Kieran here? Maybe just wait on Kieran then.
Do the register.
George, perhaps. Yeah. Anjipus! It's Anjipus here.
I'm here. I'm eating chocolate.
It would be A.N. Japus.
A.N. Japus. Green Griffin.
Yeah.
Kieran 1990. Kieran 1990! No, clearly he's off sick today. Mugmaris.
Parents will be hearing from me.
Mugmaris.
Mugmaris.
Maris is here.
God, it feels weird that register's not been part of my life for so long, but it's Tom is just standard, daily.
Yes and no. I don't do the register like that. I never
really?
have. It's such a waste of time. I don't understand why teachers do it at all. I know my class. I can just look at the class and be like, oh, that one's not here. I'll put a cross next to their name and the rest of them get a tick.
I suppose you can just look at the names as well.
Yeah.
That's insane. Isn't it like a rule?
The registers have to be done, but I don't have to do it in that way.
Man, you're breaking all the rules. It's crazy.
I'm the
Every
crazy
lesson.
maverick teacher.
Do you do a seating plan, Tom?
If I have to. Yes.
Go.
It must be quite useful for doing registers, because you can just look at the seating plan and be like, yeah, they're here, they're here, they're here.
Yes, yeah, exactly. I have a seating plan for every class, but that's because I have to have one there.
Yeah.
Pretty much when I get a new class, I'll be like, you can sit where you want, and if you act like dicks, I'll move you to a different spot.
Oh, that's good. That's the best way. Instead of having stupid seating plans, eventually people just give up.
Are you talking about when we kept moving next to each other in English?
Yeah.
I remember that. That was great. Every lesson, then just no, move back, and then eventually he's
funny.
like, oh, fuck it, you can just sit next to each other. Yes.
I like that time we had the tables up in the air and Miss Golds came in and then we just kept doing it and she looked at Mr. May and he just kind of shrugged and when she left. It was us and Keith. Or I can't remember who sat next to Keith.
Can't remember.
I think it might have just been Keith. And he's sitting behind us let's do our work with a desktop on one leg.
Oh, what a time. Alright, that's Kieran back. We're good to go.
Yeah, good to go. So Pitch was going to go after Farrah, I believe?
Yeah, but before he goes, he's like, I'm going to go get Farrah. And he stands up and he kind of looks around to see if anyone's going to join him.
Irina would join you. 100%. And Rex just not
Nigel
moving.
is weary to get to his feet. Sorry.
That's right.
Nigel is getting to his feet.
Nigel would come with you.
Alright. So,
Pick up a chicken leg and be like, sort of salute.
He's turned into Henry VIII, but a dwarf.
which door did you head out of? That one?
Yeah, that one.
You'd head out. Oh, it's closed!
Oh. There you go.
Ah.
So, Farrah, where would you have gone?
Outside.
So completely outside.
She's like up in a
Completely
tree somewhere.
outside.
Okay. I won't make you move the token over, Tom, but with the rest of you, you would be... I'll move you outside just so you can... Just for the sake of prosperity. But you would find Farrah outside. Do you want to describe how they find you, Farrah? Like what sort of state is she in?
Kind of, Well, drunk still.
Yeah, what I'm imagining, I'm sure, isn't the case, but I'm genuinely imagining this like drunk tiger on its back up a tree, just like lolling downwards, like. Bleh.
Tempting. No, she's probably just like slowly walking through to the bushes, like where the crops are.
Mm-hmm. You see Farrah just wandering the lines of the vineyard.
Yeah, as soon as he sees her, he'd call out, "Farrah!"
She'll look around. She'll be like, "What?"
You can't. You wouldn't want us to go wandering alone. You shouldn't be doing it either.
No, everyone, you could just you do what you want, okay? And she's gonna turn into
What was that?
turn to a panther and run away.
Does it work when she's drunk?
Hmm?
It's a panther with one leg.
That's a fucking great idea, Farrah. I think you should. Hold on, let me just count how many
Drunk
spells
spells.
you've got. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, roll it like a d20.
Hey.
2. You see her go to shift in a panther and it ends up like going into a giant elk instead.
Yeah.
Like a really furry panther with
Okay.
dark antlers.
Yeah, pretty like it's got some of like more colouring of a panther.
Elk.
That's not a giant elk, is it? Or is that?
I can't be an elk yet.
Oh,
It's pretty
oh, you
big.
can't. Oh, my bad. Whoops. Yeah, giant elk is like fucking huge though, Kieran. 3x3.
Yes.
Yeah.
Don't be ridiculous. Come back.
She's just gonna run around the building. And then-
You'll never catch me.
Farrah runs off.
Well, there's not much I can do about that.
Maybe we should give chase.
You want to chase an elk?
Maybe she'll fall over. She didn't seem to be standing too easily.
All right.
It'd be big funny we watch her come back.
Yeah, Irina runs off ahead if you're running ahead pitch.
Yeah.
Would they find Farrah eventually, or would she just keep running away from them?
Maybe we should try going the opposite way around the building. Hope that we run into her halfway. The element of surprise.
If you want to go the other way, Nigel, we could trap her.
Benny Hill music.
Okay.
now.
Bye.
Hannah, are you there? I think she might be lagging again.
Oh shit. I don't know how far Nigel would get.
Hannah.
going on?
Maybe we should all join the Fungin Call room, see if that works better for her.
Yeah,
Okay.
Sure.
Sometimes it makes a difference.
I was first.
Speed.
No, I was first. It's Kieran's word against mine.
No, I was first.
Yeah, Anja was first.
Kieran. Nah.
I didn't see that thing by Beepis. Work hard, play hard. Nice.
Fucking the random shit he generates.
Isn't it?
We can hear you now.
Let's all pretend we can't hear her.
I don't think she could hear us.
I'm joking. We love you really, Hannah.
That's weird. What's going on? Does she need to restart something?
I think maybe her internet is a bit fucked.
Who's been fucking her internet?
Life, Stefan.
Yeah.
Life.
Let me quickly go
Oh,
down
yeah.
and I might be able to use my hotspot.
Hello.
Oh, you're here?
Hello.
Hello, can you hear
Hello.
us? I don't think she can. I'll be right back, guys.
So,
Picture I found. Did I show it to you guys? I feel like I did. Comparing the Zoom meetings as modern day seances.
Yeah, I've seen that.
I
That's
haven't
great.
seen that.
Yeah.
Please share.
What was it?
I love
Just like,
seance.
Mary, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah.
If you can hear us, give us a sign.
yeah, basically.
I like that one where he was a cat. That was quite funny.
No.
That's amazing.
I'm here.
That was
I'm
not
a
a cat.
cat. I'm a cat. I'm not.
Oh, the fact that you had to say it.
I am not a cat.
Ugh, just want to
I'm
clarify, you know.
The parish council mooting will always be the classic, though. Now,
Oh, it just reminded me of my Death Stamp Club. Like, not the intensity, but the feeling of it. I was just like, ugh.
I want to go to your dad's stamp club now.
You really don't. You just get leered at the whole time by old men. It's just like when I was with Clara, she went, and like some people spoke to me, but loads of people spoke to Clara, and I was just like, for fuck's sake.
I wonder
Yeah.
why.
I'm not sure if Clara's and my experiences would be comparable because I would just argue with old men.
Did it end with you all grumpy and she was like, it was really nice, everyone was really friendly?
No, she was smart enough to know that. It was just, but it's just a feeling like people in a very small group when there's like power dynamics and it's like, don't block my car in the car park. And then even my dad does it, like, because he's meant to get because he brings all the stuff to the meeting. He has to be able to get his car in and out. But someone parked where he needed to be, to unload the stuff. And when the guy wanted to go at the end, he's like, "Oh, I guess you're just gonna have to wait now because you've got my car in." And I was like, "Come on, don't be such a dick. Just move your car." And he was like, "Fine." And I was like, "You're meant to be adults. You're meant to be." I was the youngest person there. I was 28 or 27.
That sounds like basically all of my childhood.
It's just you don't want to go. That's the basic thing.
Sounds entertaining.
It'd be entertaining if you didn't have to interact with it.
True. If I could watch it via CCTV.
It's just like, oh. And there's an old guy there who used to be a president of the stamp club, and now he's too old. And then when they're running the stamp club, he's like, "No, you're doing it wrong. You got to use these cards." And they're like, "It's working perfectly fine without those cards. You don't need to use them." And he's like, "No, but that's how we always used to do it." It's like, for fuck's sake!
Oh my god!
Right, I'm back.
Jesus.
Hannah, is your internet working now?
Yep.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay, good. So, what would Pitch and Irina and Nigel find then? Is she just running away from them, or is she fallen over, or what's she doing?
So she's fallen over if you want. In the bush.
Okay, so you find Farrah in her elk form, just kind of on the floor, kind of drunkenly, kind of swaying about.
We've all been there.
Pitch goes and sits down on the floor next to her. Gives her a little pat on the back. He's like, "There's no need to run. Just wanted to make sure you were safe." I know Farrah can't talk, but is there any response from the elk?
Oh my god, has she disconnected again? Yeah, she has. Fuck's sake.
What's going on?
Wow.
I'll go check on her again.
So yeah, anyway, Stamp.
I'm just disappointed that they don't have cool names like the Grand High Poobah of the stamps. Or whatever.
God. It's the Philately Society, actually.
And they have like vestments that they have to put on to be in charge or whatever.
It's quite funny. There's this one guy in the back because he always does like the.
Is he the maverick of the club? Does he have sunglasses and a leather jacket?
Well, a little bit. It's that kind of vibe, but he does all the tea and stuff. So there's this little room because it's like St. John's Ambulance place, and it's just like because they miss him every time, like when they're counting the votes, because he's sort of off to the side. He's like, Cooey, and it's like, oh yeah, Cooey in the corner, and it's like 20 times every time, and it's like, this is funny, like first time.
This place sounds fucking great. I think we should all turn up one time with Kieran to this place.
I think it sounds.
We can all
fun.
get in our best stamp collecting outfits. It'd be great.
I don't even, like old. I don't know what old people wear. Well, I do.
I'm imagining it like golfing clothes, that kind of thing.
Yeah, or just like they all wear trainers. Actually,
Yeah.
I'd never really thought of old people wearing trainers, but they do.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of other thing. There was one quite funny thing where this like this because at the end they have lots which aren't stamps, and like one of them was like this really old board game, and my dad bought it, and then Richard was like, "That's your Christmas present, on Kieran." I found that pretty funny.
Never had anything like that.
It's
I guess the
weird.
closest would be the Warhammer Peeps and Seaford.
Yeah, there is a similar sort of, but they're not sort of as old and
No,
yeah.
but you do have like your hierarchies and stuff.
There's still some glimmer of life.
Yeah. Josh is like always like a big man when he's there.
Yeah.
And that's what's like, oh yeah, friends with Josh, good. I've got some standing now.
got my street cred all sorted.
Because there's definitely ones of those that seem a lot more shy, not shy, but like insular.
Yeah. Socially challenged.
Yeah. So, you know, when Annie was talking about going out of a nerd, she didn't end up with a real nerd. We're like almost normal. Right? Right?
Almost.
I mean, if you want to keep telling yourself that, I'm not going to stop you.
I suppose you have those people who just keep on digging and digging at like what could possibly be more nerdy than I've got magic cards, but they gotta be Hello Kitty. But actually, I'm not really into that. I'm into Pogs, but the Hello Kitty Pogs.
If it makes you feel better,
Converted into Pogs.
before I met Tom, I went on a date with a LARPer, and his profile picture was him in leggings, plastic armor with antlers.
Oh my god.
I mean, why did you end up with Tom? Like, that guy sounds awesome.
Yeah. Shit to settle for second
Honestly, the worst thing that's ever happened. It was just so painfully awkward.
Did he dress up on this date?
Disappointingly, no. I feel like I would have been more into it if he had, but
Yeah, man.
sadly, he was not wearing antlers.
Damn
Not
it.
that you could see anyway.
I would like to try LARPing just to see what it's like, but
Oh God, yeah.
I'll
You've
do
just
it with you,
ruined every.
Kieran. Just me and you running around.
it would just be us there, like not wearing proper armor and stuff, and they'd be like, "I got my chainmail. Your weapon can't do anything to me because you know that's not how it works."
That's when you pull out the gun. And you're like, time traveler, bitch.
To be fair, I would be there in the background like, that's not historically accurate, you can't wear that fake
Yeah.
helmet.
Anya's my greatest weapon in that situation.
The
You
button
look-
wasn't invented then.
Oh yes, you think you can cut me down with that sword? Call that a sword?
That would be really fun, actually. If you cosplayed as Doctor Who and went to a LARPing event and pretended it was like a Doctor Who episode where you've come back in time to this medieval time.
That would
Except
be pretty cool.
They would glare you down.
Yeah, see how much it pissed them off.
Right, hopefully the internet issues are fixed for now. Hannah?
Hopefully. Doubt it though.
We shall see. God, I fucking hate our internet.
Strahd's power.
Yeah. Destroy the internet. Right, so where were we? So Pitch just sat down next to you, Farrah, with Irina, and sort of placed a hand upon you, and basically, well, repeat what you said, Pitch.
Yeah, he said, there's no need to run, we just want to make sure you're safe. And then he gives her a little pat on the back. Just wanted to see if there's any response from the elk.
Not much of a response. He just kind of looks down, wobbles a bit.
Yeah, Pitch would just stay sat on the floor next to her.
Okay. So, is there anything else anyone wants to do for the rest of the evening before you take up a position to rest?
Osdred would ask Helen if she thinks rose-tinted quartz or purple quartz is better for healing.
Purple quartz is definitely what you need. If you just swallow a lump, I reckon your stomach will be fine by morning.
But couldn't you dilute it and then dilute it again and dilute it again, and it'd be more effective?
Well, that's the thing. It really depends what sort of water this is. If it's purified water, then yeah, that could work. But I doubt we'll be able to get our hands on any around here.
Osdred looks at Van Richten.
He's just like, what the fuck is she talking about? Complete nonsense.
Well, he's like, you did have that arm thing, Helen. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I'll show you that in the battle, really, shouldn't I?
Yeah, I would like to see it close up at some point.
I bet you would.
He looks like kind of shy, and then he's like, oh, maybe we should be getting to bed. We're not the same bed.
Oh, God. Right, so...
The ship we never knew we needed.
You would reconvene. You'd see the Maskell family downstairs. They'd be with you, Meadhand. You'd see sort of Stefania, like sort of checking on the kids with Dag and stuff. And you'd see Adrian kind of sidle up next to you at one point, and he'd be like, "So what do you think of this group? Then do you just trust them?" Do you meet Han if you're there?
Sorry, yeah. Well, I think it's too soon to tell. I mean, they just came in, whooped ass, and they seemed thankful about it. So, I think it's worth a try.
Well, I certainly do not want to go back to that hill again. The druids proved quite powerful. Did you manage to get any yourself?
Man, you should have seen it. Yeah, I've been stomping them fools like an army of tiny little bastards. Got plenty of them, but I could only see these druids, not the any hag or anything that fucking Davian suspects.
I think Father expects she's probably operating out of Beres and probably separate from the druids themselves. She's been quite an irritating neighbour for quite some time now, even before you arrived. Sending her scarecrow constructs here. You saw some of them yourself.
Has she ever been here herself, though?
No, but... yeah. She has not, but yeah, I imagine it is... Father seems to think it is most definitely her, so... it seems to fit the behaviours based on what you've described. Muriel has spied on her and Beres plenty of times. She has a number of the constructs there, so, you know. Makes sense.
Well, maybe if we can gain the favour of this lot, maybe we can take the fight to her.
Not a bad idea. Would be nice to actually be able to produce wine again. But what we've got left is all we've got. The people of Barovia, they say, I'm sure Elvira or Dag or whoever has mentioned this before, but they say wine is the lifeblood of the Barovian people. Without it, they will, it's only some people they get to escape in this type of land.
Yeah, well, I'm sure you know who would have something else to say is the lifeblood of the land.
Quite indeed. Well, hopefully these people will decide to help us despite, Farrah is still untrusting of them, but I think he recognizes their talent. If they were able to clear this, then clearly they must be worth something.
That old geezer, he doesn't trust anybody but his own. Do you remember how he reacted to me when I came back?
He kind of nods. He's like, I know. He kind of looks he looks like he's unwilling to sort of badmouth his father, like, at all. And he's like, Father's a very strong and good man, and his suspicion is warranted. That's all I'll say. But like you, I'm sure these people can prove to him that trust is earned, It's not just given, and rightly so.
Absolutely, man. Let's hope for the best.
He kind of like nods to you and then sort of walks off. As you see kind of Osdred and Helen and Ismark and Van Richten and Esmeralda sort of make their way down the stairs. You place you all down here.
That would have been... We had a long rest?
Not yet, no.
What time is it?
It's like maybe 9 o'clock in the evening.
Okay.
Getting quite late. You can see some of the kids are getting real tired as well. Just move it across. Davian would not be here. Elvir would not be here. Kids would. And Dag definitely would be just inspecting the barrels. And Stefani would be here, and Adrian's also. You see the rest of them sort of come down, reconvene. You would have seen that Stefania has been sort of setting up beds for you, like down here, Osdred, and Helen. You see there's a number of like laid out sort of beds down here, enough to we pulled some of the mattresses off the bed and brought them down to the central area. And so she says the rooms are a bit cramped for all of you, but I think if you're happy to, it's fairly warm in here.
Yeah, sure. Thanks.
Can I get you anything else? Can I get you anything to eat or drink or more blankets or anything?
Just look around. Maybe some blankets. They have been running around in the rain.
Of course. I'll gather some more. And she kind of comes to you again and she's like, I am sorry about Father and his attitude. I wish for the Keepers of the Feather to represent ourselves a little bit better. But
oh, don't worry. You should have met my father.
She kind of smiles and she's like, if he's as bad as mine, then maybe not.
Well, you know.
But family's family, and blood is blood. She kind of nods to you, and then she goes off to fetch some blankets and stuff. Would Pitch and Co drag Farrah in at any point?
By the horn.
Yeah. Well, he's not trying to be aggressive. It wouldn't be dragging, but as the light goes from the sky, he'd be like, "Come along," and he'd try and like get her to agree to come in, and then if not, if she's still really drunk, he'd try and like mildly trick her into coming in by putting like dancing lights in front of her or whatever, and see if that works.
Nigel would be like pushing her from behind, like, "Go on, go in."
Would Farrah transform back at any point, or would she stay as a elk?
That'd be
Stays
great.
an elk, comes in.
I'll shrink her a bit because it's a bit too big.
Yeah.
Yeah, you see this elk brought in, and some of the Markov family kind of react a bit like, "Where did you get an elk?"
This is Farrah. She's
She nods like knowingly, almost instantly. She's like, "I understand. Do not worry."
All right. Time for sleep.
So you all gather round, get ready to take a long rest. Is anyone taking any watches or anything?
Pitch
We
will
need
take
to.
a watch.
Meadhan, where would you sleep? Where would you usually sleep, Meadhan?
He'd usually sleep outside, so he's happy to take a watch for a bit anyway.
Yeah, so I'd say you probably sleep out in like area up here.
I was gonna say like stables-ish.
Yeah, in the stables. Yeah, fair enough. So here's Marcus right here. Esmeralda's down here.
Farrah as an elk slumps in the corner.
Yeah, and the rest of the Martial family make their way up to the rooms. Let me gather them. You also see where they had the baby with them and taken that up to one of the main rooms as well.
Prepare it for the sacrifice.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
So, Meadhan's taking a watch. Anyone else taking a watch?
Pitch will take one.
Pitch.
You like the big one.
So Osdred, Pitch, and Meadhan. Is anyone helping out with that?
Nigel will help.
Okay. Nigel, do you have anyone in particular, or
Not necessarily, probably Pitch,
Pitch? Yeah.
but we have lesson Pitch.
We can have a lesson. Yes.
Yeah, we don't need to up here. I'm just saying.
Yeah, that's fine. Ismark would help Osdred, and then I don't think anyone particularly here would help Meadhan. They don't really know him yet. I think one of the Martikovs would probably come help Meadhan. So, Meadhan, if you want to roll yours with advantage for a perception check for me.
Cool. Yep.
Nice.
One of them.
Good roll. Fuck's sake, my thing crashed. Meadhan, you watch out over the familiar sight of the winery, the vineyards. The wind is still harsh and it sort of hits your face, and it's very cold and uncomfortable and hard to bear. But because of your Goliath heritage, you easily withstand it, even though you can feel how chilly it truly is out here. You watch out over the vineyards as you reflect and think it's quiet and it's nice to have a hot meal in your stomach, a nice drink, and finally not be trapped in a barrel for the last 2 days.
Yep.
Cool.
You can hear the sounds of the horses sort of rustling and different points throughout the night. You'd see, I think Elvir would be with you, who'd be very quiet, as he usually is. I don't think he'd say much to you unless you had something to say to him.
Not particularly.
No, and he's a very quiet man. Apart from that, though, your watch passes without incident, as it just remains quiet.
Hang on.
Yep, go on.
Was he the one that stormed out earlier?
Yeah, he is.
How does he seem now? Or do you want me to do an insight?
Do an insight check for me. Oh, natural 20.
Nice.
You can tell. Where the fuck have I put his token? It's underneath someone else. Sorry, I'm going to drag his token down so we can... There we go. You can tell that he seems perturbed by the decision making that's been happening. He thinks, with that natural 20, I think you can see that whilst he's glad they've got the winery back, he's just annoyed and irritated that his father's been treating people who have helped out with such disrespect, but also he's frustrated that you can tell he's on top of that. He's frustrated that their lifeblood has essentially been stolen from them, and you can tell that with that insight check, you could easily tell that he disapproves of his father quite strongly, and doesn't particularly get on with most of the rest of his family. And he's you can tell he's sort of mulling over those things in his head. You can tell he's just sort of, especially with how long you've known him, I think this information, even with the natural 20, would be quite not, with a +7 to your insight as well, would not be impossible for Meadhand to figure out, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So is he upset with the oath being around? I mean, how is he always with me being around as well?
He is quite distrusting of people himself. He's quite quiet and quite unsure of new people. But he's also, you can tell at the same time, he thinks that, why the fuck is my father just, being a complete cunt to these people who have helped us out? We should at least show them respect, kind of thing. So he's just kind of but you can tell he's quite frustrated in general.
Okay, so whilst we're doing the watch, he's visibly upset and
he's quite an
and
emotional person in his own way, and imagine you think a lot of the emotions are kind of tied up in different things, probably.
Then, as we're quietly sitting there, and he notices Meadhan will start humming out loud, and I'm going to kind of make the humming as a vocal to cast spells. So he's going to cast Calm Emotions on him.
Charisma save. I'll quickly make that for him.
She's sitting there, just
What's the DC? Well, he rolled a natural 1. So you see him sitting there frustrated with this quite usual scowling expression on his face, clearly mulling something over in his head, which you have many suspicions about what it might be. But then as you sort of hum in the song, you can see he sort of calms slightly, and he just kind of looks to you and he's like, "Thanks."
You're welcome, little man.
I'm sorry I was rude to you when you first got here.
It's not a problem. I'm a stranger.
Kind of just nods and looks down and sort of doesn't say anything else.
Just carries on humming.
Okay, I like that. Point of inspiration to you for that stuff.
Oh.
So Pitch, I believe you're up next with Nigel. You're taking watch. So please either roll perception check each, or one with advantage. The other's helping.
Whichever way around you want to do it, Tom.
What's your perception score?
Probably quite shit. +2.
Oh, it's the same. So 1 each.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nope.
That, as you're listening out, I imagine you would sort of go outside to do the watch, correct?
Yeah, I think walking around.
Yeah, walking around. So, as you're doing the watch, suddenly you hear this awful screeching sound coming from the centre of the winery.
Oh.
Which I will soon explain what it is.
It's Osdred, isn't it? He's at the tap. He's run it dry.
Should we go in and see what's going on?
Bear with me as I cut
There's a bear with him.
to something else going on.
This is getting more dramatic as it goes by.
So, Farrah, as you sleep
Uh-oh.
in your form, you think to yourself, allies, friends, family. These are the people that surround you in your restful state. First brought together when your links were forged as part of the same promise. A bond of greater purpose. This chain has tied you to many great things in your life. Purpose, camaraderie, victory, power, friendship. But you were and always will be bound by it. You will always be the scared little girl who watched her family hurt night after night after night, fearing for their safety, and their well-being, and their lives. But most of all, your fear of simply being alone. It was never a promise, a pledge, or an oath that was your chain. No, it was fear. You were tied down. These chains weigh heavy. And then a dream dawns, and you are looking out over a vast plain as though from a great height. Above you, storm clouds churn and roll with unnatural speed, spitting streaks of lightning across the sky. The wind beats at your person, daring to throw you asunder from the rocky ground upon which you stand. But you are anchored. You feel triumphant. You feel home. A hand rests at your shoulder. You turn to see your father's face, full of its scraggy beard, long dark curtains of hair, always nestled with leaves, and a sweet loving smile that tells you all will be okay. He nods at you as you sit on the edge of this great chasm that lies below, and then he points. He points far, far from your home, beyond the trees, beyond the villages and cities, and even beyond the mists of Barovia. He points to a large, foreboding mountain, covered in snow. And then he shakes his head, and he turns his finger towards a smaller, yet still very large and steep hill. You have to squint to see it properly, but upon the hill you make out a series of standing stones. And from his finger extends a creature of the Feywild, a small flying beast with the feet of a lion, but the wings and head of an eagle. He takes your hand and tells you to close your eyes, but in not so many words. You close them and you see yourself through the eyes of this beast. You are young. You are wild. You are free. Not yet bound by the chains of fear that will hold you so tight for so much of your life. And then the creature flies, soars towards the mountain. It glides off the air currents towards the hill, towards the standing stones, and before you, you see a woman. Tall and angular. A woman with ebony skin that is almost completely black, making her look more like a moving shadow, yet she glows with a shining radiance. A mane of raven feathers sits where her hair should be, and her eyes are covered, by what first you think might be like a fine piece of linen or satin, but then realise that, in fact, it is made of light itself. You wonder how she can see, but you can tell that she can, you know. She's watching over the land, always looking for something, seeking out which needs her help. She tilts her head up towards you and smiles. But then suddenly her face goes grim, as a clawed hand plunges through her chest. And behind her stands a sickeningly familiar figure. The pale, tall, broad-shouldered physique of Strahd von Zarevich. He pushes the Seeker to the ground, and she falls like a pile of discarded goods. He smiles cruelly at you, and in his hand he holds a bright red gem that illuminates its surroundings with a dim, pulsing light. He turns from you, whisking his cape away, and the mists upon where he formed obscure his retreat. The bestial instincts begin to stir within the creature you are inhabiting. It begins to panic, toss, turn, and flee as far away from this place that it can. But with the beat of each wing, you find the creature being drawn towards the snow-covered mountain that your father pointed towards. The air grows cold and the wind grows violent, and then eventually the creature lands in front of a temple, carved into the sheer mountainside ahead. The front of the structure is 50 feet high and has a number of alcoves containing 20-foot-tall statues. And in front of the temple stands a large black dog with piercing yellow eyes, pointed ears, and a mouth that is curled into a snarl. But most notably, the dog is bound in chains. The dog looks directly at you. Not at the creature you're inhabiting, it looks through it, to the person behind the eyes, and it stamps its paw into the ice-packed ground.
Let us grant each other freedom from our chains,
you hear as the dog speaks before you.
or your fear shall consume us both.
The snow surrounding its paw begins to rapidly melt, and rising from the ground beneath is an aberration of brown, torn fur, stretched and broken skin with exposed muscle beneath, bone piercing through much of the body. A creature resembling a bear. The creature that once brought you such a sense of love and comfort. A creature that's paw upon your shoulder brought you knowledge, care and guidance, but no longer. The twisted creature that stands before you is quite fitting as a representation of how the world took something you loved and bowed at its chains and consumed you with fear. The aberration begins to run towards you. You try to blink, but you can't. The body of the creature you were safely watching from behind the eyes is gone. You are standing there, unable to move. Your chains weigh heavy. You scream as the bear lunges towards you, biting in with its pus-filled jaws. Your body convulses. It twists and turns as it begins to contort, and you let out this horrific, gurgling shriek. Everyone around Farrah, you are suddenly startled awake as the same sound fills the room. Pitch and Nigel, this is the sound that you heard on your watch. Osdred, you see the familiar shape of Farrah begin to change before your eyes. Her mouth begins to contort into this horrific maw of razor-sharp teeth, each pointing out in a different direction, grinding against each other as they do. Her flesh stretches and tears as a set of awful rotten muscle is exposed to the air. Bone spurs begin to pierce her skin, and before long you do not see Farrah before you. You see a monstrosity. This is familiar, but it's much bigger, much more monstrous than the last time you encountered this. Can please everyone roll initiative for me?
Very good.
Does it have disadvantage because it's drunk?
No.
I hope everyone enjoys crossbow bolts.
Hey.
That was a scary dream.
Indeed.
But the nightmare continues.
Ta-da!
Let me grab the thing.
At least you can't kill Lancelot again this time.
No.
It's true.
There is a
Just
baby
got
upstairs
plenty of
though.
children and
Oh shit. Yeah, but I mean, I Lancelot.
We'll just kill Arena instead.
Yeah, Irina is right there.
Yep.
But then if it's Strahd, he won't kill us. So.
Could you roll for Irina and Ismark for me, please, Tom? And I'll roll for Van Richten, Esmeralda.
Oh dear. What are you like, Farrah?
Yeah.
Where are they? Fucking followers.
It's gonna make a great impression for Meathead.
Yep.
Yeah.
Come with us.
It's all right.
We're super fucked up.
Yeah. Am I right in thinking this screeching would have been loud enough for like everyone?
Oh, most definitely, yeah.
Assuming.
100%, very loud. Let's say Alpha would be up here. So let me quickly. I'm gonna roll a joint initiative for them. It's just a straight D20. 15,
Yeah, blaze it.
So on the third round, we'll say.
Oh.
I haven't got any spells, so I guess I'm just going to sit back and watch everyone die. So.
Yeah, that's why I said I have everyone's crossbow bolts.
I'm trying to remember last time we just beat her into submission, right?
Yep.
Pretty
Yeah.
much, yeah. So, Pitch, you are up first.
Did it sound like when we encountered the warped bear before, or was it just this horrible animalistic screech?
Horrible animalistic screech.
Alright, then he'd be like, something's wrong to Nigel, and start running back in. I guess through the stables is the quickest way?
The quickest way would be through here.
50. Yeah, sorry, that's what I meant.
Yeah, through there.
I don't have the bear, by the way. You've probably roll initiative for it.
Oh yeah, my bad. I will be controlling it this time, Hannah, by the way. Just let you know.
Yeah, that's fine.
Where is
Sounds
it?
like he's got a mission.
Initiative for it.
Lewis wants someone dead.
Not me, Tan. He just got here.
Okay, Pitch.
I mean, he gets to here, and he's going to try and open this door.
Yeah, you certainly can.
So is the door open?
It does indeed, and behind you see this huge creature.
Do I see its butt?
You do, yeah.
He's going to close the door again.
Okie doke, you close the door again behind you.
He's going to turn around to Nigel and say, "Giant, horrible bear!" And he's going to, depending on whether opening the door was an action or not,
No, oh, that's fine. You don't have to.
he will brace against the door to try and stop it being opened.
Okie doke. Is that your turn?
That's my turn.
Okay, the bear, who rolled very well on its initiative. It lets out this awful, intimidating roar. Let me just quickly, as it moves up slightly. Just make sure. Yep.
Why are you bracing the door? Will it fit through the door?
Hey man, if you opened a door and saw a giant evil bear thing, brace the fucking door, alright?
So it lets out this awful roar. Can you please pitch Irina and Osdred, or make wisdom saving throws for me? Okay, it's 2 passes. Fail for Irina. She becomes frightened of the bear.
She wasn't already?
And she
Seems reasonable, yeah.
And she has to move a reaction to move her full move speed away from the bear. So if you could do that for me, Tom. It will take an attack of opportunity against her.
Can you not even disengage when you're frightened?
Nope.
It's not her turn.
Yeah, it's not a turn. 19 hits her, dealing 16 points of slashing damage as it scratches across her back, throwing her asunder
Ow.
from the room. Yeah,
Can't I click a... Oops, sorry, moved his mark by accident.
that's right. Helen.
I can't click her health for some reason.
Oh, it might be because I changed the token. Let me try. Now, should be able to do it.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to update that. I need to fix
Oh,
Helen's and things. You would have
Yeah,
all
she doesn't have much health.
you would have all had short rests, by the way. So if Helen, if you needed to re-roll your HP,
Okay.
or anyone else needs to,
Yeah.
yeah, you would have all had short rests. So use any hit die that you need to.
There we go.
Yeah, let me know when you're all done, and we'll continue.
Oh,
Sorry, I forgot. Yeah, I've finished now. That's all good.
good.
Okie doke. So your turn, Helen.
So do I?
You would have seen this turn from Farrah into this bear-like creature. You've seen it before, but this time it looks even bigger, even more monstrous than it did previously.
And if I stab it, I'm not at risk of like killing.
No, you knew last time that when a wild shape is brought to 0 hit points, it essentially reverts back to the previous form.
Yeah. So I guess I'm all free to run in there and have a fight with this bear. That's great news. Just whether that's a good idea or not. I feel like, well, there's a bunch of babies in here, so I better do.
I'm not a baby.
Yeah, you're not a baby, but those other guys, look how babies they are. Jeez. Yeah, let's stab the bear.
Okay, make an attack roll for me. That hits as it plunges into the flesh. Doing 6 points of piercing damage. Second attack. Unfortunately, this time though, you hit in and it bounces off one of the bone spurs that's protruding from the shoulder of the bear.
I'm going to use my patient defense.
Okie doke. You are dodging.
And that's it for me, thank you.
Okay, Van Richten is up. He's like, "What the bloody hell is that?" And sort of walks up to Irina. He is going to cast... He'll cast Cure Wounds at 3rd level on her. So that increases the dice by... That's 3d8 plus my spellcasting ability modifier, which is 4. So 3d8 plus 4. About 21 HP restored to Irina.
Yep.
And then he marches forward next to Osdred. He's like, "Get to your feet, Mr. Osdred!" Irina's go, who is currently scared. She gets to make this wisdom save at the end of her turns, I believe. Let me double check. End of each of their turns, yep. So she has to move as far away as she can.
She can't go through that door.
That door is currently locked, this one up here.
No, I meant down this way. But I can go through it now, it's fine.
Okay, cool.
Oh wait, dash.
Wait, is that... Aren't we down in like a pit? Wouldn't she have had to climb up?
What do you mean? You're not down in a pit,
Well,
there's a balcony raised above.
Yeah, but isn't that door out of the balcony?
Which door?
And so she'd have to go up the stairs.
No, that's not out of the balcony. This is stairs going up to the next layer. This dotted line is a signal of the balcony being above you.
So she ran underneath the balcony.
Yes,
here.
exactly. Yeah.
Oh,
So yeah, Pitch opening that door, that would be underneath the balcony. If that makes sense.
okay, makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I should have been more clear. Anything that's on this map is on this floor. The stairs are just going up, and then anything you can see above is what's on the balcony on the.
Oh yeah, here. I see.
Yeah. So Irina, do another wisdom save for Irina. 18, so she passes, which means she's now immune to the effect of being frightened for 24 hours as well. She shakes it off.
Roger that.
Meadhand, you've heard this awful sound as you're sort of sleeping next to the stables.
Yeah,
like,
man.
what the fuck was that?
How are the horses reacting? I'm guessing they.
Yeah, they would like rile up and like
Yep.
be making frightened sounds.
That don't sound good. So let's go. 1. He makes his way down to there. Then he'd dash. He'd see Pitch on the door.
Yep, holding up the door, bracing it.
Yeah, and he'd probably just ask, "What's going on?"
Yeah, Pitch will blow his reaction to be like, "There's a giant bear thing on the other side."
Doke. End of your turn, or?
Not quite, so that was 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Peek through this door, because I'm guessing that's still open.
Yeah, it is indeed, yep.
See it, fucking freak. And start heading towards these stairs. And I think that will be everything. Dash, yep.
I will say, Meadhan, you know that these are actually ramps that they used to roll the wine barrels down. So they're
They lead up to...
They do lead up, but
right?
they would count as difficult terrain because they're difficult to climb.
Oh,
up.
I see.
And I'd probably actually make you roll an athletics check or an acrobatics check.
Yeah.
Because they're sloped.
Fuck it, I'll try it anyway. Yeah, I'll try it.
Okie doke.
Try my luck.
Do you have enough movement?
No, that'll be the end.
No.
I'll try it next.
Yeah, that's fine. Esmeralda's go. She kind of like startles awake and wait, I forgot to open her character sheet. Oops. Took this on, good. What would she do? She is going to cast Magic Missile at 3rd level.
Ooh.
So that's
Ooh.
pieces by...
You can use Magic Missile as sort of an execution tool, can't you?
Oh, 100%, because it always hits.
Yeah. God, that'd be horrible.
3 darts, but gets... How many more darts does it get? 1 more dart. So 5 darts, so that's 5d4 plus 5, I believe.
Yep.
Oh, pretty low roll.
Exceedingly low roll.
Yeah, so 13 points of damage to...
Damn.
Every little bit helps, though. And she calls out, like, "What is that thing?" And then kind of rushes up behind Van Richten. At the end of her turn, the bear is going to use one of its legendary actions
Ruh-roh.
to move up to Helen. And then it's going to use... Yeah, it can only move up to Helen now, because it was there, wasn't it? So, was it actually within... Yeah, it is within 5 feet, so it's not really moving up, but I'll position it. We'll use one of its legendary actions to make a claw attack against Helen. At disadvantage because of her patient defense.
Helen, dodge.
So it's a
Holy
21
moly.
to hit. I think that hits
Shit.
you, Helen, so you take 13 points of slashing damage.
Eat.
That's it. So Ismark's go. So Tom.
Ismark would run up, I think.
He did see Arena bolt off though.
That is true.
Feel free to roll for it if you're not sure what he would do.
Nah, his priority number 1 is Irina, I think. That's a good point, Kieran. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He'd see her, like, shaking off the effects, I guess?
Yeah, he would, yeah.
So he would... I think he'd go over to her still. 5, 10. Yeah, like, comfort her.
Mm-hmm. Makes sense to me. Nigel.
Yeah. If I can I get to that space and still attack, or would I have to be further over?
See how much movement you've got. What's your move speed?
This door's closed. I don't know why
40
you're all
feet.
putting arrows through this door.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, I was going through there.
So how much movement do you have?
40 feet.
And then no, you couldn't.
No.
You can only get to there. You could dash.
Okay,
And then get behind it.
get to there. And oh shit, not again!
Anything else,
Get a real
Nigel?
stick of your shit, bear, Farrah.
Any bonus actions? Any
No,
actions to dash? Okie doke.
no, I can get to it in the next turn.
Okie doke. Osdred.
Yeah, Osdred to stand up.
Mm-hmm.
Take a bow and leave.
Can he go there or not?
Yeah, you could go there.
Okay. Then, well, he would have taken his armor off to go to sleep. So,
It's true.
yeah. So I guess he doesn't have his armor on either.
Do any of us take off our armors, though? Really?
Oh, he's asleep.
He does wear heavy armor rather than like most of you wear light armor, which you probably could sleep
True,
in.
true.
Or Helen, who doesn't wear any.
Yeah.
Anything else, Osdred?
Oh, hang on, I'm just working something out.
Yep. No
Yeah,
worries.
he's just going to attack it with his warhammer.
Okie doke, make an attack roll for me. That hits as you swing round, bludgeoning this horrible creature on the head. 10 points of damage. Not bad at all. It will use its second legendary action to make an attack against you, Osdred.
Hang on, I just have to work out what my actual armor score is.
If you take it off on D&D Beyond, it should tell you.
No, but I overrode it because of
Oh, right.
Forge cleric powers.
Makes sense,
Yeah.
yeah.
So his armor class now is 10.
Oh, wait, this shouldn't be a disadvantage. Let me re-roll that. So 16 hits you, dealing 14 points of slashing damage. The rounds count down on that. Pitch.
Pitch saw Nigel running in.
Mm-hmm.
He's got to help. So he is gonna summon the smoke in the orb.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
My wife.
7. 7 is you. 7. Charm. Ooh, interesting. Oh. Okay. He'll use it, I guess. He'll open the door.
Mm-hmm.
And here, from the smoke, you see like this burst of like butterflies, and then the image of selfie photo in smoke form.
Let me grab it.
And the bear has to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okie doke. Wisdom save.
We get selfie photo.
She's good.
20.
Passes. Nothing happens.
Okie doke. Goodbye.
Oh. Oh.
Any actions? Or was that an action to...
That was bonus action and action.
Okie doke. The dire form is going to...
He'll do an Elodius and go back up here.
Gonna make... Let me see if it gets its roar back quickly. It does. So it will roar again. So anyone within 15 feet, please make a wisdom saving throw for me. So pitch is not, need hands not. So Van Richten has to.
But anyone who's passed previously is immune.
Yes,
right?
exactly. So yeah, sorry, my bad. So Osdred doesn't need to. So just Nigel, Helen, and Van Richten do. Van Richten, let me.
How high up is
he
the
runs
floor?
away.
What is it? Wisdom saving, yeah?
Wisdom save, yeah.
Woo-hoo!
Oh,
No!
Helen!
Richten passes. So Helen, you are frightened of the bears. You must take your reaction to run fast as away as you can.
As far away as I can.
It can't make an opportunity attack. No, it does actually have an opportunity attack because it gets its turn, but it gets it back.
It's weird that you move
Up
on
to your
their
movement, so you don't dash or anything.
Just into this little room.
Yeah. So it will make an attack against you with disadvantage because you're patient defense still.
Oh, didn't Helen get hit before? Her health bar's still full.
That was my short rest.
Oh.
No, she got clawed.
Yeah, she did
didn't
get clawed. Yeah.
Oh, I missed that.
It was one of the first attacks, I believe. It was 16 points of slashing damage to you, Helen.
16 points?
And it hits you again for a further... Another 16, so you take 32 in total.
Fucking hell. Stay out there, Helen.
That is
That was a great battle.
the bear's turn. Helen, you have to move again as far away as you can. 'Cause you're frightened.
Go and join
Worried
your
about
universe, Mark.
So if you just want to put yourself at the edge of the map, it's fine. Ooh, my neck.
I'm stuck for some reason.
No, I'll move you. There you
Thank
go.
you.
So then make another wisdom save at the end of your turn. 18, this time you pass as you shake
It'd
off.
be with disadvantage, wouldn't it, because of my natural one?
No, that's only on attack rolls. It wouldn't be
Oh,
on saving
cool.
throws, yeah.
Oh, so I'm not scared anymore.
So you shake it
I'm
off
not
for fear.
afraid anymore.
I'm not afraid.
Right, so Van Richten. What's he gonna do? I think he's got to try to do something good.
Be up immediately.
Yeah, I need to pee. Be alright.
Yeah, no worries. Just looking at what he can do. He is going to cast Guiding Bolt at 4th level.
Ooh. That's a big one.
Yes. So that is 4d6, so 5d6, 66, 76 if this hits. His spellcasting is a 7 to hit. So d20. Fortunately, it misses though.
Oh.
Following an Osdred's
Shit.
thing. Great. That is his turn. Irina. Tom is peeing, so I shall do her turn. Irina would be like to his mother, like, we have to get back in there. And a bit of rush up. She would dash to get back to here. And then that's her turn. So Meatan.
Alright, let's try it. Let's go try and get up this thing.
Okie doke. Do me an acrobatics check.
Come on, me then.
Ooh.
Unfortunately, can't quite
Oh.
get your footing.
What?
It's very
It just comes
slow.
slipping back down.
Yeah.
Scooby-Doo slip.
Whoa! Okay, it slides back down on his bum then. Alright. What's the next best thing? Go that way. Goes down, go there. Oh man. Yeah, no, yeah, let's do that. Okay. Then he'll dun. Get to there, I guess. And dashing. Is it still locked?
It is indeed.
Oh no!
Oh no.
Go kick it down.
Okay, athletics check for me.
Come on, me and him.
Unfortunately, kick into it doesn't work. I would say that would be your action as well, considering you tried to climb up the thing as well.
I'd agree. That's it. That's me.
Okie doke. Esmeralda's go. She's going to move up next to Osdred. And she will... What's she going to do?
And she comes for you.
Okay, you see Osdred next to you, that she holds out her palm, and she has this like tattoo going along her arm that kind of lights up as it does, and she like throws out her hand towards the bear in front of you, and just mutters some word that you don't understand, and the bear has to make a wisdom save. This is quite important. It fails. So the bear is now cursed. She is going to give the bear vulnerability to slashing damage. So she did it.
That's pretty cool.
So the bear currently has vulnerability to slashing damage, and she would call out and be like, "Attack it with any weapons you've got to have it." Yeah, she would be like, "Attack it with any weapons with a sharpened blade." And then she.
Osdred just looks like, oh fuck.
He's got a great axe, doesn't he?
Oh.
Dagger?
Nope.
Oh, I thought he had a great axe and a warhammer. No bad.
No, he threw his great axe at something and didn't bother to get it.
Ah, nice. I think that is. It doesn't say it's an action actually.
Fucking
Oh no, it's an action.
with
Yeah. That is her turn then. Ismark.
Ismark's got slash damage, but he's fucking miles away.
Irina called out we need to go back in and help them, just to let you know.
Okay.
Aye, Captain.
That's his turn.
Okie doke. Nigel.
Yeah, Nigel would move up to here. Oh, whoops. It won't let me put it where I want
If
it.
you hold
But
down Alt, you can put the tokens anywhere.
Oh, did not know that. Thank you very much. And he will make 2 great axe attacks.
Yeah, would he do anything first at all?
Probably not.
No? Okay, that's fine.
Guys, should I be doing non-lethal ones?
You would know
Just
that you
check it.
don't need to.
Okay. I didn't think so, but I've made this mistake before.
Okay.
First one.
18 hits. So you do not add your raid damage because you did not remember to rage.
I don't have any rage slots.
You should do. Get him back on a short rest.
No, it's just long rest.
Oh, is it? Is it long rest? My bad.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's long rest.
Oh, what level do you... I swear, did they improve to short rest ever?
I don't think
build
so.
me
No,
up just to
thinking-
tear me down.
You get a lot of them eventually, so you don't really need
Yeah,
it.
you probably... Yeah. At 20 points of damage then, as the slashing damage takes effect.
Shit.
Damn.
Second attack misses though, unfortunately, as you can't.
I
Oh, it would be
think it might
with
be.
advantage because of Esmeralda's flanking.
Oh.
So roll again and
Oh.
roll. So that would be the roll 2 because that would be see if you crit. So 17
Uh.
hits, but see if you crit on this next one. No, so 17 does hit.
No.
So roll damage on the 17. Oh, for 28 points
Nice.
of damage.
Sorry, Farrah.
Yeah, it's not fair. Not at the moment. Okie doke. That is your turn, Nigel. Osdred. With advantage because you're flanking with Nigel, but that would hit. Definitely hits. For 7 points of bludgeoning damage. Not bad.
Right, has anyone got a sword?
One more
Can
round.
Nigel use a... Oh, no, wait. Nigel doesn't have it. As you were. Sorry.
Okie doke. Pitch.
Yeah, he hears Osdred call out. Can you get to like?
I would say I forgot to use
Here?
them. I'm going to use them now because that's my bad. It would have used its legendary actions to make one attack against Osdred and one attack against Esmeralda. So I'll do the Osdred attack first. 16 hits, dealing a further 15 points of slashing damage to Osdred. And then the one against Esmeralda hits as well, dealing 15 points of slashing damage to her.
Oof.
Sorry, go on, Pitch. That was my bad.
Pitch will throw his short sword he's carrying to Osdred.
Uh-oh.
Okie doke, make
What?
a dexterity check, Pitch.
Oh,
I was going to say make it to his armor class, but unfortunately, because it's 10, you miss. So it bounces across the floor. So it's behind you, Osdred, on the floor behind Esmeralda, so you'd have to move to go pick it up.
Pitch gives him a thumbs up.
Your action to give him a thumbs up there.
When I go on the short sword, on mine at least, it comes up just with piercing damage. Does that count?
It is piercing damage, and it does not count, no.
No.
Yeah.
So,
Osdred said, "Anyone got a sword?" Pitch
Yeah.
is reacting to it.
It makes sense. But...
And then he bonus action summoned Dust Smoke.
okie doke. So 1 this time. So what does that do?
It's where if anyone can see inside the orb, it's a smoky panther Farrah prowling around inside.
That is
But
your...
he can't use it this
yeah,
turn.
that's your turn. So it's the Dire Bear's turn. Let's see if it gets its roar back. Most people are immune to it by now. It does, but most people are immune to it. So it is going to attack this time. It's going to do 1 attack at Osdred, 1 attack at Esmeralda, and then swing round and try and kick out Nigel as well. So first attack against Osdred. It's a 21. Second attack against Esmeralda. It's a 27. And the final attack against Nigel is an 18. So all hit, I believe. First one against Osdred does a further 16 points of slashing damage to Osdred. One against Esmeralda does 14 points of slashing damage to her. And then finally, Nigel, you take 21 points of piercing damage.
oh,
Make sure you put your damage on roll 20. I want to see those health bars.
Yep. Move Esmeralda up slightly so you can see Osdred's health a
Would
bit.
it be worth putting health bars on for Ismark and Rick and
Oh yeah, I can do that.
Irina? Anyone
Ismark and
involved?
Irina have them. Oh wait, that's because I can control them.
these-
I can only see I can see Irina's, but not the other 2 or 3.
What's that name? I can't remember her name.
Esmeralda.
that's the one.
Yeah, I'll do her as well.
The bells.
There you go. Should all be there. That is its turn. Helen, is your go. He was now quite far away.
Yay! Let's come along. So like, come on. So up to here, and then I've got a bit more left. Probably you could get in there. Sure, yeah. I'll just run in. I'll just run up to about here. Thank you. Yeah, that's enough.
Okie doke. Van Richten. What would he do? Gonna try Guiding Bolt at 4th level again.
Oh.
See if he can do better than Osdred. And he can, and it hits this time. So that is 76, I believe. Oh, yeah, 56.
That's a lot of d6.
76. Let's see how well he rolls. Oh, good for 30 points of radiant damage to this bear. Still standing though. But it does have advantage on its next hit against it. Irina.
5, 10, 15, 20. 25. Well, there's nowhere. Don't really want to move her in and out. Get an attack of opportunity against her.
Probably not, no.
She'll just skirt round behind this thing to start moving around it.
Yep, makes sense to me.
And she'll take the dodge action.
Okie doke. Meathead.
Meathead, let's
Also-
attack this door. Well, we'll attack it.
Athletics check.
No, yeah, I'll just kick it in. Again. I
Okay,
don't wanna
yep.
Start breaking down the place.
Don't forget your legendary actions again, Lewis.
Yeah, I know.
Legendary.
Oh, come on!
Can't break through again. You're just stuck outside trying to break through this door.
Alright, hang on. Where else?
Unless you got any inspiration.
I do, but I don't think it's worth blowing on this.
Got a...
No, okay. Fucking... He's like a poor kid trying his best. Oh, these distances are weird. I guess try going 5, 10, 15, 20.
Yeah, the
25.
distances
That's
aren't
pretty
perfect
much.
because the
It's only off by 1. It's okay. Okay, then. That would have been my action, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I'll leave it there then.
There we go. Esmeralda is going to pull out a hand axe, and she's going to make 3 attacks against the thing.
Damn, 3.
Indeed. She gets advantage as well.
Nice.
So, first attack hits. Second attack is a nat 20. So let me work out. It's a 12 plus 9, so 18. So it's 30 points of damage. Plus another 18. Just 48 points of damage to this bear.
Oh.
That curse is fucking good. 102. How much did I say it was again? 44.
48.
48. Maths. I can do maths. There we go. Bear's still standing, and in reaction, it's going to use its legendary reactions at the end of their turn to make a claw swipe at Esmeralda. And I believe it actually misses as she parries it away with her hand axe. Ismark.
5, 10, 20, 25, 30. And he'll make 2 attacks.
Yep, straight rolls. Go on, Izzy. Both hit. I think 20 plus 22 is 45 42 points of damage.
Nice.
So that is... It's looking pretty rough now. As you're cutting into this monstrosity with blood and guts just flying everywhere, bits of bone being cut off as you do. And it's going to use its legendary action to go for Ismark, because it's the last one I attacked it. So 26 hits, dealing 17 points of slashing damage to Ismark. Nigel.
Same again, please.
Okay. With
2
advantage.
great axe attacks. First one.
Yep, hits. For another 22 points of damage, looking very rough now.
And the second one. Oh, God.
So with advantage, 16 misses though, unfortunately.
Okay.
As you hit into
Oh, can I use my inspiration to do it again?
Of course you can, yeah.
Thank you. Do I need to do it once again or twice again?
Just once.
Okie doke.
Just gives you one reroll. Oh, unfortunately, just hit into the side. You actually hit into the bear, but its leathery hide is so tough, and the muscle is just bulging out. You don't seem to move any damage.
Jesus, Farrah, learn to moisturise. Come on.
Osdred.
Osdred will just swing out again. Sees the thing on the floor, but he's like,
With advantage.
That's what you get.
That's with advantage.
That's what you get.
So Osdred, you swing round and you're like kind of split focus between the sword and your warhammer, and you swing round and you kind of just like end up bonking yourself on the head slightly, and you take 3 points of bludgeoning damage as you kind of accidentally hit yourself on the head with this warhammer. Right, end of the rounds. Martikovs start moving down as they now hear the commotion. So let me quickly. Basically, they'll go up to like here. It'd be these. Where's Muriel? I forgot to drag her on.
Say it, Anja.
Cheers.
Wait, what am I saying?
Muriel.
You're terrible, Muriel.
Right, they start
Such a
running
good
onto
film.
there. They can't get any further than that now, though. Pitch.
Pitch will dispel the Farrah thing and roll again.
Yep.
Because the Farrah thing ain't gonna do shit right now.
6.
6 is. Yeah, well. It is. Just check.
Chadwick, Bradwick, Chadwick, Bradwick.
It is indeed Chadwick Bradwick! And
Alright,
he
I'll grab
will
him.
use Chadwick Bradwick on. Who looks like he needs it the most right now? Osdred. So, Osdred.
Well, it's got him.
What the fuck?
Osdred gains 12 temporary hit points.
Here you go,
And
mate.
his
See you later.
walking speed. His walking speed increases by 10 feet.
so he only gets 9 really. Right?
Because
No,
of
they've
what?
already been- Don't worry, they've already been taken off.
Wait, what?
Because he had the temporary HP earlier, didn't he?
Temporary HP doesn't stack, it replaces.
No, that's what I meant. So he wouldn't-
Oh, I see. But yeah,
it doesn't actually make a difference.
12 now. And yeah, that's my turn.
Okay, at the end of your turn, the bear will... I know it hasn't got any legendary actions till its turn, so never mind, it's its turn though. And it will... Oh yeah, it's just gonna try and attack Osdred.
Go on, Chad.
First attack hits. Second attack hits. Third attack hits. 13 points of slashing. Then 10 points of slashing. And then finally 17 points of piercing. So that is 23, 30, 40 points of damage to Osdred.
Ouch.
Injury roll!
Indeed, it would be an injury roll.
Poor Osdred, fucking hell.
Okay, con check for me. But you
Hey.
pass.
Oh,
Helen.
Hey.
It's me. I'm gonna jump in there and stab it, I guess.
Take
Okey-doke.
Osdred's place.
Stab.
Okey-doke. Make an attack roll with advantage for me. That hits. 9 points of piercing damage. It's looking very rough. It's still just alive. 16 misses though, unfortunately. She can't quite connect.
Ugh. What a bloody waste. I'm gonna disengage and run away.
Okey-doke. I didn't know monks could disengage as a bonus action.
Step of the wind, yeah.
Is that part? I didn't realise that was part of Stefan Wind. I didn't realise.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Dash or disengage.
Nice. Okie doke. Van Richten. You can see this bear is struggling down its last legs. It's barely standing and kind of lashing out, trying to bite at anyone nearby. And he's just like, damn aberration. And is going to... What's he going to do? He is going to... Yeah, he's just going to suddenly walk up and take a swing at it. Make 2 attacks. With advantage because of Nigel. First one. Misses. Come on, Van Richten. And misses again, fuck's sake.
Well, shit.
Can't quite connect with this thing. He's like, bugger. Irina.
Bear using any legendary actions
Yep,
at
it
all?
would indeed, and it's going to swipe out Esmeralda this time. It's claw attack. 16 actually misses again as she parries it off.
Nice.
Irina.
Irina, flank attack. She's not dodging. Irina, flank attack.
Oh, net 20!
nice.
Roll the damage.
This just came.
I did.
Why didn't it show the damage? Yeah, that's weird.
You have to click on rapier and it'll roll it.
I did.
Oh, I'll roll it. 13 points of piercing damage as Irina plunges in to this bear creature, and then the form starts to revert back to Farrah. Farrah, if you want to drag yourself on, you would take 10 points of piercing damage.
Okay.
Transfer
Okay,
over.
now.
And with that, combat is over. So you all stand over the body.
Well, so we need to fix Osdred, right?
Yeah, indeed. That's right, we'll play it out then. So Irina's go is done. Meadhan is moving around to there. That door is also locked, Meadhan.
Yeah. Fucking hell.
Would he try and break through, or would he just keep going round? Yeah, he's gonna
No.
keep going. Esmeralda would stand over Farrah with her. She'd pull out a rapier and hold it to Farrah's neck, and she wouldn't say anything. Ismark, you want to try and stabilize Mr. Osdred?
Sure. His drinking buddy. Where's... I closed his character sheet. Doesn't have a medicine skill, so it'll just be straight wisdom.
Yeah.
Which is a straight roll.
But luckily, he does manage to just about stabilise Osdred's bleeding. He's like, hold on, friend. And then with that, combat is over. So Esmeralda holds this rapier to you, Farrah, and she's like, what the hell just happened? What was that thing?
Am I conscious?
You like groggy and bare, like you've just woken up from a horrible nightmare. Like you're sweating profusely.
Yeah. I don't feel very good.
Somebody answer me. What was that thing?
Pitch steps up and goes to move in between Esmeralda and Farrah.
She kind of, as you do, she kind of like pulls back a sort of slightly, but still watching it very closely and holding it.
Yeah, Pitch is like holding his hands up in front of him. It's okay. It's past now. It's something that's happened before.
I have never seen anyone shift into something like that before.
You turned again, Farrah, to the bear, but this time it was larger, stronger.
I had the dream again. Maybe related.
Most likely. I don't suppose you have any magic. Kind of nods towards Osdred.
She looks over. It's like, did I did that? And she's gonna quickly like shuffle over. Cure wounds.
Okay, so Osdred, you get 6 points of healing as you feel rushed back into consciousness with Farrah standing over you.
Looks around and he's like, "Oh, I'm fucking still here."
She puts a hand out to you, Osdred, and she's like, I'm sorry, Osdred.
You don't have to apologise. It wasn't you.
She looks sad and down.
And the Martyr cops come rushing down the stairs, and they're like, "What the bloody hell happened?"
Yeah, Strahd transformed our friend into a bear. Done it before. It's nothing to worry about.
She's like looking around, like she thinks Osdred's joking, so she's looking to the rest of you for like confirmation of what's going on.
Pitch nods as she looks at him.
She's like, can I do anything for anyone?
I think Farrah just looks upset. She's gonna step back.
Do you have any healing?
Just go back to bed. We're fine.
We have some healers kits.
Pitch looks at Osdred.
Osdred just gets back in his like blanket on the floor.
I'll get some healers kits. She runs off and brings back a couple of stuff with like bandages and stuff.
I just remembered. Nigel heal?
No, Nigel.
But me really good at it.
I know, but
I just want to go to sleep, Nigel.
Yeah.
Farrah just looks around. Maybe I am a danger to all of you. More so than even the wilds.
Osdred isn't wrong. Think of me, Farrah. I went and met with him, the man himself. Neville as well, perhaps. It's not your fault, it's him exerting his will.
Maybe.
Van Richten steps forward and he's like, "You're telling me that's not the first time that's happened?"
Apparently not. twice now.
And you let us sleep unbound, unrestrained?
I'm trying to sleep here.
Thank you. I say exact same thing. Nobody listen to Nigel boy.
You think I need to be restrained?
I think we need to take precaution in case you turn into bear again, Farrah.
What do you propose, Nigel?
Maybe own special room?
I don't know. As long as it's not locked, I suppose.
That was point.
Irina sort of crouches down behind Farrah, like holds her like tightly around the neck in like a hug, and she's like, "It's not your fault, Farrah. It's not your fault. We are all here for you. If it happens again, then we'll stop it again."
She does a kind of half hug back. Yeah. I didn't think it would happen a second time, honestly. Maybe more precautions should be taken.
It does concern me that it seemed stronger than before.
Perhaps you are cursed. In all my years, I've not seen something quite like that before.
What do you think I'd be cursed by?
Many creatures can curse other people. Hags, as an example.
We have the scrolls, Farrah. You could try them.
That is not necessary, Mr. Pitch. And he steps forwards and places a hand on, attempts to cast Remove Curse on you. But nothing happens. Well, at least we know you're not cursed.
I would have preferred to know. She just looks down. She looks upset. I told myself I'd never turn into a bear again.
Well,
here it is forced.
Whatever it was, it seems like you had little control over it. So don't beat yourself up over something so trivial.
It's not trivial to me, Van Richten.
He just kind of frowns.
Yeah, I think.
What was that? Sorry, what were you going to say? Sorry, I just coughed.
I was going to say something. Farrah would just sort of step back from everyone a little bit. Go here.
What's everyone else doing? Mead, Hannah, so you come rushing back in. Oh, sorry, Osdred, go on.
He just, while during the talking, he just wanted to go to sleep, so he took his blanket and his armour and went in the cupboard and down there.
Totally fair.
Meadan was just listening to the adults talking, pretty much with the exact expression that's in his picture. Staring at Farrah like that.
Like that puppet meme.
Yeah, Pitch just kind of just goes and sits in the corner. He's back to the wall.
Yeah, Farrah's upset. I think she's gonna just. She might even leave.
Nigel go and poke Pitch and say, we got to watch still.
Right. You're right.
Me always right. Me Nigel.
Maybe. I was thinking earlier, Nigel, when you were pushing Farrah as an elk, you were touching her butt.
Ugh! Disgusting. Not funny, Pitch.
I think we have to hold on to whatever bits are funny.
Irina just smirks and follows you both. I don't think I can sleep now.
And he would lean over to Irina and be like, I not touch Farrah's butt on purpose.
It's okay, I know. Irina would try and head round to Farrah at some point. Try and find her. She'd be like, Farrah, are you okay?
Not really, Irina. But try not to concern yourself with me, I suppose.
Of course I concern myself with you. We are part of the oath. We are family.
Yeah, that's what I worry about.
How do you mean? You can talk to me, you know. I may not be the best swordswoman or anything, but I'm a good listener.
Did I attack you back there, Irina?
No, I managed to stay out the way mostly, but you did hit me once.
Well, from what we know so far, if it is Strahd, then maybe this particular thing is not Strahd. If he hit you, or with me, I mean.
That makes sense. So far, any of his creatures have avoided me.
So...
You said you had another dream. What did you dream about?
I dreamed of my father. It's been a few years since I was able to even think of him in such a way.
You don't have to say, but...
I dreamt of a large dog, and a bear, and a woman, and Strahd himself.
She kind of looks down. It's just like It sounds confusing, but
There was also a temple in the snow. I'm assuming the Farrah didn't know what that is or recognise it at all.
You know as much as Hannah knows.
It felt like it was familiar, description-wise, to what we've been told about the Amber Temple here, but can't say for sure.
Maybe you're being driven there by something or someone.
There was also a hill? Was there a hill, or am I making that up?
Yeah, there was, with a number of standing stones on. That's where the woman was.
Yeah. And there was a woman on a hill with some stones. I don't really know what it all means, to be honest.
She just sort of holds your wrist slightly, and then it's just like, I can't pretend to either, Farrah, but I'm here for you. I hope you know that.
She takes it back. She's thank you, Irina. And she sits up down on the floor.
Mm-hmm.
I think I might need to stay out here for a little while at least.
Okay, me, Pitch, and Nigel will be at the front if you want to talk.
Okay.
They care about you, Farrah. I hope you know that.
I hope so.
She sort of nods and then walks off back to Pitch and Nigel. As you continue your watch. What do the rest of you do? Helen and Mead Hannah seem going back to sleep.
Back to bed.
Back to bed, okie doke. The rest.
Stefan would. He'd go back to sleep, but I think he'd just sleep indoors.
Mm-hmm. The Martikovs sort of keep up a patrol throughout the evening. They don't seem to sleep the rest of the evening. And Stefan, you would come down at some point and kind of patch up any wounds that, like, just superficially, not in terms of healing, but she would try and do her best. She's not a healer, but to patch up any wounds she's able to. Okie doke, and with that, you all manage to sleep through the rest of the night without any bumps this time, without any bears coming to fruition, and you all get the benefits of a long rest.
Yay!
Update the oldie calendar. And everyone's load. Doke. The 10th day of Ulteriac. Right, so after a long.
I think everyone should check Discord quickly.
Oh, okay.
Hmm?
Oh, God.
Well, I know what I'm doing afterwards. Jesus Christ. You say that you do mess with the mead hen and it's a door in front of him.
Damn it.
That's such a great showing. Shows up and can't break through two doors.
Yep.
I think I'm going to have to come up with a new picture now and use Adam Sandler. Shit.
Right, so you all awaken in the morning in the confines of the winery, surrounded by the smell of fermentation. As you waken early in the morning, as light begins to sort of creak through the windows above. It might be, yeah, could be. Go on, Farrah.
Farrah slept outside.
Yeah, that's totally fair. It is cold outside, but it is no longer
Yep.
raining. So, the Martikovs come down the stairs at some point during the morning. They check on you. Stefania does. After returning back, and sort of Muriel's kind of watching over you. What are all of you doing?
Meadham would have probably just reconvened with the Martikovs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he'd probably ask, I don't know, which of them... He probably wouldn't have gone to, what's his name? Davian.
Yeah.
I guess he might have gone to Adrian.
Yeah.
Just to ask. I don't know, maybe like comparing what Farrah can do with what they can do and whether or not it's similar, or if, you know, whether or not she's in control of it like they are.
He would sort of explain, like, he doesn't have whatever other power is, she seems to have it quite different. It sounds like the ability, the old tales of druidic magic and the stories of the Ladies Three. It's not as similar to the magic of the feather.
But like, you guys never turn into anything like that, at least not that I've seen. So...
No, so hers is something different.
Scary, you know?
He kind of nods. He's like, something different is not always scary. It is. You remember, I am still me when I am a raven. I am not any different. That is who I am. You know that Elvir, he likes to. Erwin as well likes to. He likes to sleep as a raven as well. Get in nests.
That's just weird. How the rest of our buddies, they just, they didn't seem to react at all. It was so normal for them. It's weird, don't you think?
Muriel's kind of standing above, and she's going to look down to you, and she's like, they've been through a lot.
You've seen that yourself?
She kind of nods, and she's like, I followed them for Davian. Well, kind of for Davian. He's not as interested in adventures these days, but I like to keep up the traditions for the Order. See if anyone come through and anyone strong enough to defeat von Zarovich. I think these lot.
Do you trust him?
Trust is I don't know, you have to earn trust, but these people seem, it's not about whether I trust them. I think they're good. Deep down. They've got some darkness behind them, but I think they've got strength and camaraderie, and when I followed them, when I've seen them at their best, they've been inspiring, to be honest with you.
It means a lot coming from you, Muriel.
That's okay, big man. You right? Your arm looks a bit busted up. Can I smash through something or something?
Well, me dons.
Yeah, I'm imagining she's like, imagine his own arm's like slightly bruised from trying to break through the door.
Oh, this is nothing. Probably also from slipping down the fucking...
Yeah. If you say so. I think Davian would probably want to talk to them all. Have you thought about what you want to do? I can keep looking if you want.
Well, you seem to get around the place pretty well, so if you can, that'd be great, and let me know as soon as you do, but
I'll keep looking,
yeah,
of course.
I might need to get out there and look for myself, but it's entirely up to them if they'll have me.
I think you do well with these lot, Meathan. They seem like I said, I sense there's a lot of good in them, but there's also a lot of darkness and a lot of, I don't know, something profoundly sad about all of them. I think you'd bring a lot to them. You brought a lot of joy to all of us. I think they need your joy right now.
Yeah. If they want it, they can have it.
Well, I guess it would be their loss if they didn't. And she kind of smiles and kind of walks up. Alright, what's everyone else doing? Pitch, Nigel?
Pitch is going through the morning routine. Yeah, he's quite deep in thought, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Just getting his stuff together, making sure everything's in place, getting ready for a day on the road. I think he'd approach. Nice.
Well, good job remembering, by the way.
I think he'd approach Osdred. Not as a response to that role, but and say, you handled last night well, but do you think we should be taking any extra precautions with Farrah?
Why are you asking me, Pitch?
You're just as much a part of the oath as anybody else. I want everyone's opinion. We spoke last night briefly, but you had walked off to sleep.
Yeah, I was tired. Well, I don't see the point of trying to restrain her. If it's Strahd, he's just going to make it powerful enough to break out, and it'll be powerful enough to kill us all. So he just shrugs.
True.
Irina would speak up at this point if you're speaking loud enough for her to hear.
No, I think Pitch would be trying to speak
No,
to
Osdred
Osdred
would be
with a bit of
whispering.
privacy.
Yeah, that's fine. Then Irina wouldn't say anything then.
Why do I feel like Nigel and Irina would be braiding each other's hair?
Yeah, I can totally imagine that.
She's just
Osdred.
got. Sorry, go on.
Oh no, Osdred would just go to Pitch. It's like, I think we should take him to Kresk, then we can just, I don't know, leave him there. We've done what we said.
Irina and Ismark.
Yeah. I mean, taking him to the Amber Temple does not seem like a great idea.
No, I think you're going to. We're going to struggle to shake Irina, though. She's keen to stick with us.
And it's her choice. We can take her there, and we accomplished what we told Ismark. But...
Yeah, I agree. We still need to hear more details from the old man. The only thing I agree with the restraints on Farrah. The only thing is if we are out and I make the dome, I get to choose who. Well, no, as as Anja correctly points out in Waterdeep, those who are near me when I cast the spell are permitted inside. We could make it so that she is not feels distasteful, but I thought everyone should be aware of the option.
Well, how does this dome actually work? Is it does it block you from the plane, or is it just like a physical barrier, or?
It's a physical and a magical barrier. Emotional barrier. I believe it's a magical barrier as well.
I'm just wondering if she's contained within the sphere, if the devil can't have any effects on her within it.
Maybe, yes.
I will do some research and I will find out.
But yes, I'm with you to Kresk.
Okay.
Just taking Irina along just seems like a big inevitability that she's going to die. I mean,
yes,
we'll probably all just get murdered by Moonbeam for that. But then if we leave her, she's just going to get whisked away by him anyway, so...
Well, I guess the ideal scenario is we keep her so he doesn't murder us, and then somehow we manage to murder him.
No, Sorry. Carry on.
He wants to die. It's her fault. He shrugs.
You're right. If she's inside the dome, then Strahd can't get to her because it says spells and other magical effects can't extend through the dome or be cast through it.
That's interesting.
She always has to sleep in the dome then, even inside.
Go on, Farrah, in your dome.
But it is Strahd. We know that he can do his little charm thing from miles away, which is unusual.
True.
It can't go through the dome. Can it?
Don't know.
I wouldn't assume anything. The sending spell doesn't say unless Strahd von Zarovich wants to interrupt it, and yet he did.
Okay, right, but surely that is a magical effect and therefore can't go through the dome.
Yeah, but I'm just saying to assume anything seems...
Well, I feel like it's the best option we have.
Yeah.
It's smart. It's a smart option.
Shit.
Osdred would be like, should I try and contact Torres?
If you could be interrupted again, I'm all for it. I think gathering information is good. It might be worth thinking as something to do at the end of a day rather than at the start, if you have the capacity left over at the end.
What do you mean, capacity?
Well, when I think of my magic, I imagine these spell slots.
I don't do that at all, Pitch. I just imagine, Doomafoy's either feeling nice today or he's not. You've seen how it's been with those guiding bolts. Sometimes he's flowing through me, and other times he,
Can't be asked.
Taking a shit.
Probably not the most ecclesiastic way to think about it, but I have been with you in your oath, and he's just like shrugs.
Right. Well, trying to contact her, I think, is a good idea. Do you know what you're going to say?
No.
Well, that's probably worth considering beforehand too.
I'll have a think and do it, when we're in Kresk or something.
On the
Alright.
night.
Yeah, on the night.
All right. Well, we should speak to the old man, I guess.
With that, you do see the Martigol family heading down into the chamber of Adavian at the back. And Stefania's like, did you all sleep well?
Not really, but
She kind of nods knowingly. And it's like, you're welcome to stay for a few days if you'd like.
well, we're thinking about heading off to Kresk.
But we also wanted to know more about these gems or the assailants that had taken it, whether we might be able to potentially assist.
Davian kind of steps forward, like with his cane, gives you kind of a eyeballing you pitch, and he's like,
There are 3. Although, one of them I suspect you will have a lot of trouble finding, if ever.
I'm sure we'll find it.
The first of these gems was stolen 10 years ago. I do not know by who, only that Erwin was on watch. I do not expect you to find this. However, the 2 others have been stolen very recently. I suspect, based on the fact her constructs were sent here, that the hag Baba Lysaga of the drowned village of Beres has stolen one of them. She has proven to be a most nuisance and difficult neighbour in recent times.
go on, Osdred.
Osdred looks at Pitch and he's like, well, we need to go there anyway, don't we?
We do.
And secondly, and much closer, is the gem that the druids stole. They have gone back to Yester Hill, which lies just due to south of here. Perhaps
Let's quickly look at the map. Oh, for fuck's sake, I clicked off my fucking thing again. Sorry, bear with me while I get my map open. Once the internet loads, I will tell you.
600 miles.
a lifetime away. You'll never get there.
Right, so you are there, so it's about...
It's approximately 4 hours to the south.
Okay.
Well, seeing as you transport wine, could we borrow one of your wine carts?
Yes.
Might be quicker.
He nods.
If we were to bring one or both, or perhaps even all three, if we take Osdred's relentless optimism into account, back to you. Could we count on you as allies? Would we be welcome here in your winery?
He like sort of breathes heavily, moves like a bit closer to you, and he's like,
Yes. For you to do such a thing, I could not deny that if you were to complete retrieving both items from the druids and that hag, then you would have earned my trust. You'd have earned my sanctuary, and you'd have earned my resources and allies. You would have earned the respect of the Keepers of the Feather. You have that by my word.
All right. Well, kind of looks at Osdred. We'll need to discuss this amongst our people.
he nods, and you can see he's he sees you see sort of Elvir kind of sort of behind him, and kind of he bumps into him. And he's like,
Bah! Out the way, boy!
he kind of moves up the stairs and with his
Is Meadhan, you sending him with us or not?
Meadhan's a free man. He chooses to do what he wishes. I'm not his father. He's not a member of the Order.
and just
Fair enough.
Meadhan sort of looks towards you as you'd asked him and just says, "If you'll have me."
Well, we need all the help we can get, and you seem like a merry fellow. I can't imagine a minion of Strahd having a bongo warhammer. Doesn't seem like your style, so you can be on board if you want.
But we're okay. We already have barbarian
Have a
and
bard.
bard.
He looks at Fetch and he's like, oh yeah.
Pitch just kind of ignores that and says, "I've never thought what a steel drum and viol duet might sound like, but I guess we'll find out."
You telling me you've never played in a band?
It's not really how I came to music. It was my own.
And hey man, let the music come to you.
You could start your own band. You could have Pitch on a violin, Meadhan on a drum, and Helen is the vocals.
No, I like sing.
You make a better guitarist. You've got the hair for it.
That's just rude. And he flicks his wig, which has now got lots of little teeny tiny plaits in it.
yeah.
Are we doing rations? Or did they feed us?
They fed you.
Cool.
What did they feed us?
In the morning, they would have fed you a
Grapes.
Yogurt.
They probably would have
Grill.
fed you like a mashed potato, like kind of
What?
Oh, yeah,
yeah, like a.
For breakfast.
That's not breakfast food.
sure is.
Have
Do
hash.
you think they have much choice in this land?
At least make a hash brown.
Yeah,
God.
they probably make some hash browns. That's a good shout.
It was hash brown. I was just being a slightly better made than normal.
I don't think Osdred's feeling great, is he?
No, it's not, but
Dag
hash
would,
brown helped.
Dag would have brought it down and be like, "Oh, you enjoy."
Thank you.
Farrah's still drunk, by the way.
You'd be hungover for. I need to roll a. Let me look at the drinking rules again. I think for drunk it's. Roll a D8. So you're not actually hungover at all.
Hey.
It's your cons +2, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're not hungover at all.
Nice.
Feeling great. Had a great night.
Mm.
That's amazing.
Fantastic. Oh, Farrah, you would suffer 1 point of exhaustion, though.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, Pitch would try and gather everyone together.
Mm-hmm. And you find after maybe a few minutes that everyone gathers in the central room.
With Meadhan as well, of course.
Yeah.
Um,
I think Muriel would be watching over as well.
yeah, that's fine. He's not trying to be private. He just wants everyone in the same place.
Wait, Muriel, where's she?
She'd be on the upper floor on the balcony looking down at you.
Osdred would give
What are you
her
doing
a
at
disapproving look.
She would just kind of smile at you.
Like, and look up at her.
If that was if you cough, she'd be like kind of nod and then walk off to the side.
Yeah, okay.
Well, we another day dawns, and we need to decide what to do. Osdred and I have spoken to Davian and to Meadhan. Meadhan has offered to help us to come along. For my own part, I think Davian told us that one of the gems is likely with these druids at Yesterhill to the south, only 4 hours away. The other is with Baba Lysaga at the drowned village, and then the third is lost to memory.
Yeah, so we need to go to the village anyway in the prophecy, so that lines up nicely.
Yes. I think we should go to Yesterhill, and Davian said that if we return the life gems, he will consider us firm allies, and their resources will be ours to use.
Okay.
I think, yeah, if we're down here anyway, we should just go to Yesterhill.
Okay.
So we would do that before Kresk Ismark, if that is all right by you.
He nods, he says, I trust in the decision-making of the Oath.
Then we can just leave Arena here. She'll probably be safer here anyway.
I would prefer to stay with her then.
I guess you can stay here then as well as Mark.
And if possible, he kind of turns to Van Richt and Esmeralda, I think. If, to keep Irina safe, if, in case the devil shows up, then would you be willing? And he's like, yes. And Esmeralda's like, if the devil comes here, I'll kill him myself.
You go, girl.
Yeah.
Best of luck with that. Alright then. He's also allowed the use of a cart so we can travel fast. We should. Is everyone ready to go?
Lead on.
Let me just grab my things. He picks up his warhammer.
Look, you see the kids kind of like running out across the balcony at this point, chasing each other, and they look down like at you, Meadhan, down the stairs, like, Meadhan, where you going? Mum says you might be leaving.
I will be, boys, but
When are
I'll
you
be
coming
back someday.
When are you coming back? Yeah, where are you coming back, Mead?
Whenever the road brings me back.
He smiles like, one more song?
No.
Go on then.
Okay, which one do you want to play?
Yeah, the good one again.
Good.
They loved it last time.
They do. They love that song. So
Do Under the Sea.
So once more you hear Meadhan begin to play on his drum and the kids are like, yeah!
Yeah, Pitch can't help but smile. Just kind of watch.
They sort of run down the stairs like halfway through, and then they like hug you, and they like bye, Meadhand, we love you.
Man, if I was watching this as a film, I'd be like, that guy's fucking dead.
Eventually the tune dies out as you can finish your song. I assume you hug them back, Meadhan, and say your goodbyes to the Marticle family for now? Oh, he's dropped out. Steph?
Hello. Sorry,
Hello.
I'm back now.
Did you hear what I said about the kids?
No.
They would have, like, after you'd finished your song, they would have, like, run down to you and, like, given you a hug and then been like, bye, Meadhan,
yeah.
we love you, see you later.
Yeah, like, hugged them back and scruffed their hair and... Yeah, give them a smile.
Right, come back soon. They sort of run off. And you, Muriel would eventually, when you finish speaking, would eventually come back out and be like, see you off, big man.
It looks like it. Make sure, keep the place running for me.
When my wing's feeling a bit better, I'll go out and start looking again, okay?
I'd appreciate that.
She nods. Sort of. She goes to shake your hand.
Yeah, he shakes back. Carefully if she's injured.
Yeah. Yeah, I would say, like, I don't think I've really explained, like, how they do look quite badly hurt from these injuries, and I'd say Muriel is probably, like, at least slightly in a splint, her arm. I didn't do a very good job of explaining, like, how badly hurt they looked. So you guys are going to head off and get one of the carts and head off towards Yester Hill. Okay.
Yeah.
Looks like.
Okay, and with that, then, as the cart begins rolling down towards Yester Hill.
Oh, wait. Did we get a horse or is someone pulling it?
They would have provided a horse.
That's Meadhand's job.
Yeah.
They would have given you another horse, or your choice. You can either take one of their horses, or Van Richten would have been like, take Drusilla if you want.
Take one of their horses. Don't want to kill his horse.
Fair play. So you take one of the horses in the cart and you start moving off towards Yester Hill. And as you do, the rain slowly begins to fall slowly, and rolling storm clouds come overhead, getting darker and darker, making the land almost like night as you walk through it. You see streaks of lightning shoot across as you slowly but surely make your way towards Yester Hill. And that is where we will end today's session.
Oh, damn.
Bam.